Ready. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you. It is 4:59 p.m. and I am calling this meeting to order. This is our annual linkage session. Well, this part of the meeting is our annual linkage session with the Referral Schools Foundation. So we'd like to say welcome. And Donna, did you want to? Sorry,
No, just that maybe to introduce ourselves. So that
Sure. Okay, I'm Untitled Chapter and I'm the current president of the board. This is my third year on the Referral School Board, and I've got 2 seniors and 1 third grader.
I'm David Souza, the current vice president. This is my 7th year, 1 high schooler and 2 graduates from the district.
I am Deborah Lurie. It's my 5th year on board, and I have 1 daughter at the high school.
Hi, Danny Blow. It's my first year on the board. I have a 6th grader and a 4th grader.
And I am Tammy, and we lost David to your board. He was on that board. He left, but I've got, if you don't know, I've got twins who are in college. They're sophomores, a boy and a girl, 1 at Santa Clara, 1 at Texas Christian. And I have been with the foundation for 7 years and executive director, I think, for 2 now.
I'm Bridget Olson. I am just started with the foundation in the summer. And I have a 25-year-old who went through the schools and a 19-year-old who is going to University of Wisconsin.
So do you want to start the conversation with what some topics of mutual interest? We didn't list anything specific here, but I know that the foundation always has.
Yeah, we could just share kind of what's been going on. We have a little cheat sheet to just share some numbers and stuff. But yeah, I mean, that we provided a check for, almost $900,000 last year, and that we were thrilled just because of COVID, and we just didn't know which way it would go, but we tried everything, and the community came through, and we were so grateful that they did. This year in the fall, so we have our All In for Kids campaign from September 1st through the end of December. It's kind of our fall campaign. We raised $542,000. Traditionally, I think almost every year we've gone over 500,000, and I don't think our goal has ever been 500,000. It's usually around 488, 480. Last year, the goal was 321,500. So we really dropped it because we just didn't know what to expect. And we raised 559,900 last year in the fall, which was crazy. I will say that there was a $100,000 gift from an anonymous donor on the island. So that helped kind of push it up. But this year we raised 452,000. And our goal was 434,500. So we're rolling that almost 10,000 over into the spring. And it's really nice to have that little padding as we start, because we do not really start our spring campaign, which is our Spring for Schools campaign, until after the Youth and Family Service. And so that kind of rolls into, so the phone-a-thon was fantastic last year. I mean, fall was just really great. People came through. That was a huge success. And fall usually is because we are able to give the community the priority funding list, and here is exactly where your dollars are going. So thanks to Fred for that, and it would be nice to have one in the spring too. But we do, our messaging is the same about leveraging, what is coming in for all of the same things. About 4 or 5 years ago, Bridget and I were just talking about this, 4 or 5 years ago, we started our Valentine's Day program. And that was just to fill that spot because we really had to wait until after Youth and Family Service. We try to stay far enough away from each other's events so there's no confusion. So we started the Valentine's program, and it's been going on 4 or 5 years now. And I think we started with, I think we had maybe 125 people participate, and now we've got about 350 families. And the last 2 years, this year and last year, it's bringing in about $25,000. And it's just a very short couple of weeks. And we're seeing donors who have never given before. So just like we saw for the auction last year, which is great because it's a touch point for people who they just need something a little different than a straight ask. And I don't know if all of you know what that is, but basically it's just a fun little Valentine's promo where if you give anything, we create cards to the teachers and we will handwrite them and they go to the cards from the family in honor of that teacher. If they give $60 or more per teacher, we've put together a sweet treat and we've gotten Starbucks to donate, and Bridget's been just a rock star this year on getting things. So even if we put a little money into them, we're still making, it's just, but the teachers get, this year we had coffee, we had hot chocolate, we had little marshmallows, and then we had a bunch of candy along with a reusable Starbucks cup that they donated. So it's a fun little treat, and that'll be dropped off to the schools on Monday. And this year, we have 345, which is a total of 115 families, but some of these families by 4 or 5 or 6 are for every teacher in the middle school and high school. So it's big. So yeah, Bridget just kind of finished wrapping that up almost. So that happened. And then we are rolling into our Spring for Schools, and everyone will get a save the date, and the date will be April 24th. We're doing it kind of the same time as the breakfast. April 24th, which is a Sunday evening. We did the same thing last year and it seemed to work out really well. 7 p.m. It's a virtual event. We're using the same production company that we used last year. And we were supposed to use Steve Bunin, who was supposed to be with us last year and dropped out because of COVID. But because Youth and Family Services snagged him, and I don't know why he didn't say no to them, but it's okay, it's okay. Cliff Sharples is again going to be one of our hosts, and he was fantastic last year. He was on our board, I don't know, 9 years. He just knows everything, has how many 5 children who have come through the school district, 2 still here. And then we asked Hillary Benson to do it, and she was a King 5 newscaster, has a great background for this, and she is excited to do it with Flip. So I feel like having 2 hosts that know the island and know our teachers and know our schools is going to be great. So many people know her too. And we are actively right now working on putting our program together. And I just wanted to share, because we just identified our 3 big videos that will really be showcasing what the foundation has helped fund in our schools. And these are just 3 of many, many things, obviously, but we are going to be doing a video on novel adoption. We have just had so many teachers and students impacted by the new books and novels and graphic novels, and even the little ones and all of the libraries that we've been able to provide. So we're going to do that. We're working with Emily Mills and Katie McCon and Griffin, I can't remember his last name. Griffin Jones. Yes, and so we have a representative at each school. We're going to get in hopefully to the schools and be able to video this year. We're hopeful. And so the second thing we're going to be working on is the letters program with Nova, and that's around, well, you all know, around the elementary reading adoption and the response to, identifying students with dyslexia. So we're excited about that. I know that the district has done so much work on that. We have funded pieces of letters for years. So we'll be working with her on that. And then the third one, just got off the phone with Jamie Cook today, and I'm so excited about this, but he is now, well, you guys all know this probably, but he's the speaking to the choir, but he is an instructional coach now, used to be the teacher for the biotech research and ethics class, which is what it's called now. And we do fund a lot in science. We've funded a lot of grants for teachers, as well as, through the priority funding. And he's identified, well, we've identified 2 students who are former students who are now out in, one of them is at UW, and the other one I think is getting he went somewhere else, and now he's at UW getting his PhD. But 2 students who went through his class and have these science careers that are really incredible. And super timely. I think one is doing a lot of epidemiology work and COVID research at UW, and one of them is older than the other, and the older one had mentored the younger one when he was at the high school. And they wrote Jamie these emails years after they left, and he let me see them. And I mean, clearly he and that class and everything he taught them had such a huge impact. One of them was sitting in a class while he was writing it. He's like, they're just precious and priceless. So that's our science part of the program. I'm super excited about that. And outside of that, we'll have our scholarship winner, our Pathfinders will be represented there. We're going to have students and performances and lots of donors this year. We're going to have a few more donor testimonials and some donors who have companies who were sponsors last year who have kids in the district or did, and just that perspective. So we're excited about this show, and you'll see a lot coming out starting on Monday.
Your board president's here now.
I'm running 5 minutes late, sorry to interrupt.
No,
anything
else?
What
should you add to
that? I endorse this message.
Yeah. So we've got a busy spring. We're just moving right into it. So any questions about what we're doing?
No, but I wanted to say, thank you so much for your support of the district. And when we have been interacting with our search consultant for the superintendent selection process, she said that she has told us that, or she has told me at least, that having the support of the schools foundation and such strong support from the community is a major selling point for our district, as she represents us kind of, nationwide. So
Yeah, it was great to talk to her.
yeah.
Hear about the
Oh, you guys
process.
talked to her. Okay, great.
I did. I did.
Actually,
So that's what's going on with us.
I just want to echo thanks and just remind you that if you guys are ever looking for some sort of MC, I know there's a lot of really talented students that work with the radio station. So
Oh my
just
gosh, I
remind-
know. And we did that big radio piece last year, which was fantastic. That's actually a great idea to maybe have a guest student, because we can have 4 people in the studio, that's it. And we've got Cliff, myself, Hillary.
There's
And maybe-
Goddison, right?
What's that?
Goddison, one of the kids.
Oh my gosh, Gabe would be
Gabe,
great,
yeah.
or Pirac, or one of
He has
those
like a
guys.
perfect
that-
voice.
I think Joe could,
We have a
I know, I wonder if we could talk them into 2. It'd be nice to have.
And
two.
we have a student rep.
Oh,
who's
Andrew,
from-
are you in radio?
Yes,
too?
I am.
Okay,
I'll-
good.
I'll be
Yeah.
You all know I'm a huge fan. My
Well,
daughter
and maybe
recorded
even
there.
promos.
What? Yes,
They could do.
they
some
did,
promos.
they have done promos in the past for us. We always put promos together, and Joe and the kids, yeah. So that's a great idea.
Just throwing it out there.
Actually. I never thought about it, yeah, but that, would be kind of fun to do that.
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Deb.
And are you doing video clips of the things you fund? So that, we can share it on Instagram and things like that,
Yes.
so that people can get it a little dose at a time over
Yes,
the year.
we do, well, so we did, because we couldn't have the breakfast last year, all of our videos were segmented. So we have individual videos of the Pathfinders and our scholarship winner and all of the, we did the full scope with Doug Davis and all these different things. And yes, we share them on, we can share them everywhere. And I really love that, because usually it's a good hefty 7-minute video, which is hard to share. You can post and share a link, but these are a lot easier. Yeah, and all our donor videos are separate too. So that's always, we use them.
For those of us with like 30-second attention span.
Yeah, just most people. Real quick,
Your
yeah.
annual reports seem to have a different look to it as well.
Yeah, we did them online again just to save money, because we want to give you guys more, but we'll probably go back, hopefully next year we'll go back to, I just love having the glossy. But we did it online, we kind of had that little National Geographic, if you haven't had a chance to look at it. Ann Rhodes has been doing it for years and years. She was on our board, but she is no longer working with us. She's kind of trying to retire. I'm not sure if she really is though, because I think Ian's working with her a little. But Brooke Hamilton, who's a parent, had kids at Lake Ridge, and so he's got his own advertising agency, and he does a multitude of things, but he did it for us this year, and he's working with us. So it turned out really nice.
It did. It was really good.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much for what you do. I think, when you look at, to echo what Maggie Ty said, when you look at distinguishing characteristics of our district, it's, things like MISFF. It's also, the levies passing, significantly higher than other districts that are sort of our peer groups. I was wondering, and looking at other foundations that are perhaps similar to ours, like the Roosevelt Foundation for their high school program. If there's any dialogue with them, I know they have a number of sort of innovative programs that they've funded, such as the Pacific Northwest Ballet Choreography has a residency program there. And I think they've done very, very well and sort of like similar to us. And just sort of, perhaps if we haven't established a dialogue with them, to perhaps consider that and to see the programs that they're funding, and also the extent to which, maybe they have a certain directed giving rather than the general fund. I know that at least one donor on the island, when it comes to Mary Wade, that's a very,
Yes.
important like funding aspect.
We do have a lot of
think that,
earmarks.
other things such as like ballet or other programs might be a way perhaps to attract more donations or larger donations, from particular donors that have a passion.
I love that. Yeah, we actually have a relationship with all of the executive directors at the Edmund School Foundation, Lake Washington, Issaquah, Sammamish, Bellevue. And before COVID, there was a group, we would go to lunch and have kind of a lunch once every probably 2 months and just talk. And it hasn't happened since COVID, but we do have a meeting, and I think it's next week. We just put it, Bridget got me on Google Calendar, but I've been writing things in my, so I think it's next week, but we've got all of the, the entire Seattle area, all the foundations are together, except maybe a few smaller ones. But Roosevelt High School, I didn't know they had their own foundation. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, usually it's a district, but I'll look into that. Yeah, we do have a lot of earmark gifts, things that, we don't necessarily go out and ask for earmark gifts. We'd rather have things given to, where it's needed and let the district decide that. But in the past, for example, drama, there was a drama parent, and she was doing a lot of fundraising for the drama group at the high school. And it just got so big and it was all coming through us, and it was just really a lot. And so finally we said, you've got to set up a booster club, and they finally set up a booster club, which is good for that kind of thing. The Mary Wade, they've been giving for years and years, and that's just a big one-time gift every year. And but yeah, I'll take a look at that. I didn't know they did. Yeah, thanks.
We have a project, reminds me of the project that we are getting ready to do in partnership. We've had some donors who have benefited, or their children have benefited from experiences with teachers and educators through Crest. And so we've got a project going right now that Tony and Walter and Nick Wold and some of the teachers over there are working on. Since we moved Pathways to their new facility, we now have new opportunities in those spaces. So that would be another example of some of that directed dollars to
Absolutely.
that will be coming this spring.
Yeah, there's a lot. We have a whole earmark list of dollars that have come in. And I think 2 years ago, Julie and I sat down, and some of them have been sitting there since 2015. It was ridiculous. Some were given to teachers, programs that no longer existed, different things. So we took a look at it, and we contacted everybody, who was on that list, and just said, here's the deal. If it's over a certain amount, you've got 2 years to spend it, or it can go ongoing if we know that you're working towards spending it. And then the smaller ones, we said, you've got a year, because, some of them were 125 for a teacher at some school, and it's been years since it's been sitting there for years. So we have a process to go through that. But yeah, we can direct things. Sometimes we have a pretty big, healthy sped fund people have given over the years, and it just keeps adding up, and we let everyone know, and it gets spent down. But Julie would like to see nothing on that list. But it's just a process of letting people know. We used a lot during the grant process this year too. Yeah.
Julie's their treasurer.
Oh, she's the best. Yeah. Our finance officer.
Yeah.
I think it's important. I I see both sides of the equation because I operate a nonprofit of my own, a grant-making foundation. And so I think something that we've learned over the last 2 years is that earmark funds certainly are helpful in certain situations, but we all need to have that flexibility to pivot and address the needs that arise that are not always anticipated. So earmarked gifts are they're very donor focused as opposed to donee focused. And so it can be a burden on the, it can present a burden to us. So it just depends on what it is. And of course, we're not going to say no to any gifts of any kind. But it's really important that we all have that capacity to, especially when we're receiving gifts, to know that we can allocate it as needed, as determined by you, in fact. So that's really what we need. And we're not, we do occasionally get really large gifts, but we're mostly, funded, lean funded, in the words of philanthropic community. So in any case, gifts are always good, and anything that's earmarked is always welcome, and we're always open to a conversation about anything like that. But generally, we want to be able to support the school district as needed and to be flexible with that.
Yeah, it's a fairly small percentage, but sometimes we have a scholarship come in, a radio scholarship. I think it was $20,000 for 20 years, $1,000 a year for a senior. And we took that and we're holding that and allocating it. And I think I talked to Joe about maybe even trying to fundraise around that scholarship and keep it going longer. But yeah, we'll take, we won't say no.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
Really, no, thank you for all you do as well. I know that these meetings go very long. I've watched a few of them. Good Lord. We really appreciate you guys, everything you do for our schools. We just want you to know that too. And we're here, we're happy to chat and share anytime you want us to. We've got a really healthy board right now, really great, very active board. And so the last couple of years, we've just had a really involved board, and I'm excited about that. And always looking for new board members. So if you guys are out talking to the community,
they're a wonderful group of volunteers, and I can say that from experience because they very graciously invite the superintendent, and today I sent Fred because I had a conflict for another meeting, to come to their board meeting. And a lot of times it's just, what questions do you have? And they always have wonderful, thoughtful questions, and they are just a really dedicated group of volunteers that are so vested in our schools and public education. So it really is very fulfilling to work with.
We had a special guest. Donna comes and gives us an update. Any of you are welcome to join us at a board meeting if you wanted to. We usually give 15 minutes. If you wanted to just have a chat or learn more or share anything with us, we would love that. Today, Fred brought Mary Jo, and she gave us, the board, kind of an update on the equity grading at the middle school. And that was, I had sat through that with the superintendent's advisory. And I thought it was just so great to learn more about that. And it helped me be able to talk to people about that. And there's a lot of chatter out there. And so I thought the board could use that. And so, they came today and talked to us about that, which was great.
I wonder how many people are on the board right now.
We have 17, I think 17 or 18. Yeah, we had a new board member come today. I think maybe 18, we're at 18 right now. Ideally, it would be nice to have like 22, but it's a working board.
We've been leaner, we've been fatter, right?
Yeah, both.
Over the last 7 years, I think we're at a good average now. At least I would say our board is we have a really active board and involved board. When I first started, it was we had kind of some outliers, and it just feels like everybody's contributing in their own way, and we've diversified the board as well.
Yeah,
nice.
And throughout the schools and grade levels as well.
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
I mean, it's never perfect science, but
We need more elementary parents, that's the hardest group to get in. Once they're a little bit, seasoned, they know what, they know more about us and they, may have more time too. It's hard to get those elementary parents to meetings at 7:30 here in the office. But Zoom, we're pretty well-rounded right now.
Yes, I would say.
We're looking forward to in-person breakfasts again.
Yeah.
I know, we are too.
It's a real community
Maybe next
gathering. so-
year.
Yeah. Well, we've got a good leader here too this year. I'm really grateful. Tima was ready to leave the board after being on it for so long, and then Penny left and she's like, I'm gonna stay, and now she's our president again. So this is her second round as president. I don't want to get rid of you.
Well, I did say today on the call, Fred heard me say this, and it's true. It's, we have, this board has really been like defined my experience in Mercer Island to a great degree. And I feel like I'm surrounded with like-minded individuals, and we all are so focused on education here in this community. And we have this really robust team of people who are all on the same trajectory, and we all want the same thing. So it's a good, worthy effort.
For sure. Any other questions? Nobody else? Questions? Okay.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you
so much. Thank you
guys.
for
Yeah,
participating.
it's always good to come.
And Tammy, we will absolutely work with your group in timing for the linkage. And then we'll work with your group for timing for the linkage for the next.
Yes, oh
year
yeah,
as
no
well.
worries.
It's
I wish-
fluctuated.
Yeah, nobody popped. I wonder, Ashley's here. We have a couple.
I'm trying to remember them, but they call.
Oh, they-
It was three.
Oh my gosh, they all declined. Okay.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, thank you, those of you who were online.
That's okay, yeah.
Didn't have to.
Yeah, well, have a good meeting tonight. I hope it doesn't go too.
I would love to come to a board meeting sometime, so.
What's that?
I would love to come to a meeting sometime.
Oh, we'd love to have you, anybody, yeah, it'd be fun to have you and just, let's do it.
Coordinate.
Yeah, maybe next
Absolutely.
month, yeah, we'll email you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Great.
we'll email all of you and
Thank you.
anybody who wants to jump in and, that'd be great.
It's always good.
I know.
Good to see you.
Thank you. See you at the end of the
You're having it out?
Okay, so we're going to recess until 6 o'clock, since that's when people are expecting the meeting to start. So folks who are on the line, thank you for attending the first part of the meeting, but you can take a break now till 6 o'clock. So, thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are back in session. Want to turn their,
So you have the Zoom on.
although it definitely sounds cool. Okay, today is, nope, sorry. Nobody else has it.
Luckiest man in the world.
Okay, we're good. Yes, okay, everyone, we are back in session. It is 6 o'clock. We have board members attending in person, and we have Director Jen attending from home, and I see her on the screen there. I am looking for a motion to establish the agenda.
I move we establish the agenda as published.
Second.
All in favor of establishing the agenda as published, please say aye.
Aye.
I think Pam.
I heard her.
Okay, I hear you though. Hi. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. No nays and no abstentions, so that passes by a vote of 5-0. We are starting with recognition.
So this month for celebration recognition, as we do every February, it is National African American History Month. And you can see as attached to the agenda is Governor Inslee's proclamation for Black History Month. And we've also linked in the President Biden's proclamation as well. And just to give the board a little information, on January 25th, Governor Inslee issued his proclamation, and President Joe Biden as well for February 2022 as Black History Month. In our classrooms throughout the month of February, schools across the district are participating in activities that highlight Black history and support our Black students. Equity and inclusion are deeply embedded in our work as a district. We believe in our core value of creating equitable and inclusive learning settings, and our fundamental 5 goal to foster and embrace diversity, inclusiveness, and equity with a focus on respect and acceptance of every student. Our schools are celebrating Black History Month in numerous ways this February. I don't know if any of you were able to attend the Tuesday council presentation. I was really proud of our Mercer Island High School Black Student Union for their presentation and their support of that event. And it was great to see the entire community working on that webinar towards an inclusive community. And the presentation was hosted by the City of Mercer Island. But again, it was great to see our students who initiated that and helped sponsor it. At our middle school, teachers are creating discussions and educating students on the history of civil rights, voting rights, and political and social movements in our country. And just a reminder, social issues are not just social studies discussions. Our elementary schools are also celebrating Black History Month. Then kicked off the Black Lives Matter Week of Action last week, and this the week that's nationally recognized Week of Learning to kick off Black History Month. It's been awesome to see our students engaged in learning around the principles of justice, empathy, diversity, and making connections between past and present movements for social and civil rights. And all of it aligns with our Mercer Island School District vision, values, and mission, as well as our student-focused fundamentals. So February, as every year, is recognized as National African American History Month.
Thank you. Next, we have public input, and we have a very full slate today. We've got 13 people signed up for public input, and at 3 minutes each, that is going to be 36 minutes. So I'm going to read the usual disclaimer. The meeting is a meeting of the board in public. It is not a public meeting that guarantees interaction between members of the public and members of the board. When addressing the board of the meeting, please limit your remarks to not more than 3 minutes. Appoint a spokesperson if the concern is a group concern, and if desired, provide written documentation to the board secretary. Public comments that name or otherwise identify a district student are not permitted without permission of that student's parent or legal guardian. The board may direct the superintendent to respond at a later date to the issues expressed. Thank you. So our first person is Jeff. I don't know how to pronounce your last name.
It's Go Hagen.
Go Hagen. Go.
And go Hagan.
Sorry, Jeff Gohagan in person.
And I don't know what's customary, either to stand here or to step up front or.
If you want to stand or sit up front, the
Sure
camera
seems
will,
odd to be in the middle of them.
Yeah.
You sit right there,
You sit right there.
the camera will pivot.
the camera pivots to the person who's speaking. Thanks.
My name is Jeff Gohagan. I am a coach, a parent, a teacher, and for the last 30 years, I've been a police officer. I volunteered my time and my energy in every sport, social organization, and class that my children have been in. Tonight, I'm here to speak about the BLM video that was shown to the Island Middle School students. The video that was shown is intentionally misleading and replete with inaccuracies. The video cites the statistic that in 2019, police killed 1,098 people. However, no context was offered. No discussion of the number of those that were engaged in life-threatening behavior. There was no mention that in a large number of those deaths, law enforcement were present, but not the direct cause of death. The video goes on to cite statistics that draw attention to the disparity of which Black men were killed by law enforcement. But again, there was no context. These two statistics were intentionally paired together and added to a third that referenced how few of these resulted in criminal charges against officers. But no follow-up was offered. No forum to discuss these complicated societal issues. Rather, students were asked to post their reactions. Now, I hold multiple certifications, instructor level certifications in the use of force. I provided over 1,000 documented hours of instruction, and I know that one of the best means to measure your message is the feedback from your students. The comments posted by the students reflected the desired intent of the video, and that was that police officers are racist and they maliciously and capriciously take life on the basis of skin color alone. While my heart hurts for the extraordinary men and women with whom I've served, who will be there every night to pick up the lives shattered by the violence that plagues minority communities, I fear more for the children who become the policymakers. These children have been fed a narrative of hate and division. You see, this wasn't a solitary event. The Mercer Island School District has fed my children a constant diet of one-sided narratives, resulting in long conversations where I challenge my children to look beyond what they were being told and to examine the why. I challenge them to not only be empathetic, but to be guided by reason, by facts, and not by emotion. See, a poor choice was made here. With the intent to call attention to Black History and Awareness Month, a video promoting a discredited political organization that pushes a radical agenda was chosen over many more reputable and positive sources. I tried to call attention to this, but I've been rebuffed and met with silence. And some of that response came from this very body, a body that has a constituency comprised of many more voices than the ones reflected in this chosen video. Unfortunately, these voices have been stifled through a reasonable fear of intimidation and stigmatization. So therein lies your duty to the students and the parents of the community to offer multiple perspectives and to challenge every child to question their own. I leave you with this. When you consider action, ask whether or not your duty surpasses your ideology. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Bong via Zoom.
Dear members of the school board, thank you for this opportunity to share with you tonight regarding my gratefulness and support for the celebration of Black History Month in the Mercer Island schools this month. I want to acknowledge and applaud the teachers, students, and administrators who have thoughtfully and sensitively incorporated age-appropriate and important lessons into the school day, and whose efforts have made a positive and significant difference in the way that students of color and marginalized students feel about themselves. Research shows that when students are engaged and see themselves reflected in the curriculum, their academic performance and their self-esteem improves. Moreover, research indicates that all students benefit from the opportunity to be given a window into cultures and identities outside of their own. These benefits extend far beyond their time as students in the Mercer Island School District, as college and career readiness skills are increasingly required of all our students. to be able to navigate a world where they need to show empathy and understanding for all people groups from different rings of culture, whether racial differences, ethnic or religious differences, or neurodiversity. Please know that, as you will hear from some other parents today, there is strong support in the Mercer Island community for the work that is being done by the staff to promote the values of respecting and accepting every student. Thank you so much for your responsiveness in continuing to listen to and elevate the voices of students and community members whose voices have previously been unheard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Amanda Maddux, also on Zoom. Oh, sorry. I'll say it really slowly. There we go.
All right, hello, everybody. My name's Amanda Maddux. I'm the high school softball coach, and I'm also been a teacher at Mercer Island High School for the last 10 years. First off, I want to thank Tony Kuhn for all of his hard work in coming up with some of these plans related to South Mercer playfields and setting up potential renovations. The one comment I want to address relates to why we should renovate South Mercer. Overall, there's a big safety concern with the fields. They were really designed for little leaguers, and we're playing with 18-year-old varsity softball players. And so there's been fence height issues with balls actually hitting our own spectators, going into other fields, and it's run into parallel play issues with little leaguers right next to varsity athletes. And so the other comment too is that we would like some parity. Parity with other leagues that we play against who have different dimension fences. They have all turf fields. And so when we go practice on grass and then we move to turf, it's problematic. So a couple other thoughts as to why it would be really helpful is that there's parity with the baseball program, that ultimately baseball has a nicer facility than softball, honestly. And so some kind of equity concerns on that front. And then lastly, if the South Mercer field renovation is chosen, I would like the board and Tony and the community to just think about how we can make this feel like a high school home field, how we can bring in high school colors, logos, windscreens, and make it feel like a home field for a high school team, despite the fact that it really is in an elementary school and next to the playground. And lastly, I'd ask that in that SMP renovation, I'd ask that the board and Tony and maintenance consider some sort of a locker room like space, someplace with some benches, some whiteboards, someplace to change or store backpacks. It would be really helpful with 3 different varsity sports having to travel all the way to South Mercer to have some sort of a like home base beyond just a community bathroom. So yeah, I guess summative ask is that really consider South Mercer improvements to make the play standards up to varsity level and make MIHS home field it feel like a home field despite being off campus. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda. Our next speaker is Jillian Peckham, also via Zoom.
Hello, thank you. My name is Jillian Peckham and I am a Mercer Island resident, and I am also the parent of a graduated Mercer Island School District student who attended 13 years, was lucky enough to attend 13 years of school in Mercer Island. And I'm speaking today in full support of the district's teaching of Black History Month. Our teachers are helping Mercer Island students fully prepare for college and life beyond by teaching about Black history in ways that advance critical thinking and fully examine our country's past and present, including painful historical and current truths. Please continue to adequately address Black history so our students have the best chance to enter the colleges they want, secure the jobs they're qualified for, and be good citizens of our country and our world, most importantly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Mike Westover, also via Zoom.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to talk about the math pathways proposal. It's great to see the district moving in this direction. We know from districts like Bellevue, North Shore, and Issaquah that compaction of middle school math can be effective for many kids. I also appreciate the additions made to the slides over the last 2 days, including more accelerated pathways. I wanted to offer 4 suggestions for the proposal. First, I would offer the compacted 7th and 8th grade math class to entering 6th graders who are ready to accelerate. These kids are the ones most likely to need the faster pace. At the end of the class, there could be an off-ramp to 8th grade math if needed, or continuing to algebra. Second, while the path with algebra in 7th grade is marked for unique circumstances, algebra in 7th grade or earlier is common in other districts for kids in high cap programs or otherwise accelerated math. For example, North Shore has had many kids in high cap take algebra in 6th grade, and that has been working so well that they recently removed the requirement for an algebra readiness test. We should acknowledge that algebra in 7th grade, and in some circumstances even earlier, can be appropriate and have universal screening measures in place so that a parent nomination is not required. Third, many kids need acceleration opportunities before middle school, and I was glad to see this acknowledged in Pathway C, with the 6th grade math standards taught in 5th grade. The notes to this meeting say that there have been concerns with how evenly that content has been taught in the past across the elementaries. This should be addressed and standardized. And the earlier those acceleration opportunities begin, the more content can be compacted rather than skipped. And fourth, we should think about what we want to communicate as a standard pathway for kids who do not choose to accelerate. For example, Bellevue, like many other districts, has chosen to have algebra in 8th grade as the standard for kids who do not accelerate, and accomplishes this by compacting 3 years of middle school math into 2 years for all kids. We know that holes have been mentioned as an issue in the past. We also know from research that acceleration is often the most effective intervention for kids who are ready. We should be careful assuming that the experience of one kid necessarily represents the needs of others. And finally, I would note this is not just about math. It's important developmentally that all kids have the opportunity to be challenged and productively struggle, and we should not deny them that. I'm glad that the district is looking at ways to give kids that chance, and thank you for the opportunity to give feedback.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker is in person, Nathan Chopay.
Hi there, my name is Nathan Chopay. I was gonna read from my little paper 2 pages, but I think I'm just gonna wing it. So I'm here today because as one of the only working law enforcement professionals on this island that has a child in the school here, I'm extremely disappointed in what I just saw. And to be clear, I am pro teaching about the history of Black lives, and I'm pro the movement. I'm not pro watching a video with my child that asks them to infer that police officers are murderers and are biased towards Black people. There's an entirely big difference between the two. And so I'm actually just going to focus on what this caused my child to think about this last week. So I have an 11-year-old daughter, and when she watched this video, the only thing that she took away from it was that police officers are murderers. The only thing that her friends took away from the video are police officers are murderers and they only kill Black people. And we talk a lot about this school here and this environment being inclusive. And my daughter, who comes from a background in my family, which is Hispanic, and the other side of my family, which is Polish immigrants, the last thing that a video like this does is it disparages, well, actually, the first thing it does, it disparages an entire profession and tells you that everybody that you work with is murderers. And the 11-year-olds and the 12-year-olds that got to watch this video walked away from that. And a lot of them that were her friends had to console her because she spent the rest of the day crying. We spent the rest of the next few days looking for professional therapy for her. She is now concerned in this school district that she is going to be bullied and singled out because her father is a police officer. She is now worried that her friends are not going to hang out with her because that's probably the most important thing that an 11-year-old has going for them right now is friends. And that has created an entirely different whirlwind of her existence right now. And that's not inclusive. And that's the opposite of what we're going for here when we're showing a video like this. And I'm only focusing on the statistics because that's the issue. There was no context, there was no professional opinion. And on top of that, the video rolled entirely into something that was not law enforcement related, which was the killing of a young black man at the hands of somebody who was not a police officer. So my concern going forward, and I'm disappointed that this video played, especially with it being flagged before getting released into the schools, is that it was still played. And there was no consideration for families of law enforcement in this. I know there might be 5 of us on this island, if even anymore. And I have somebody who's supposed to be starting kindergarten in the district next year, and they're not going to be now. I can tell you for a fact that my son, who's 5, will not be going to Lake Ridge next year because of this. That's enough for me to pull him out of the district. My daughter will continue in school because she's a tough person and she's going to make it through and she's intelligent. And I think that her friends are not going to ditch her because of this. And she's a bit of a drama queen at this age. So we're going to work through it and she's going to get the therapy she needs. But I'm thoroughly disappointed that this came out in the school district. I feel like our family. Thank you.
Thank you. We are next going to hear from Rebecca Wilson in person. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Rebecca Wilson, and my child attended West Mercer from kindergarten to 5th grade. I was on the yearbook committee for 6 years and spent hundreds of volunteer hours photographing many school events, was able to get well acquainted with teachers and staff. I was never the parent to complain about school policies because I was so impressed with the excellence and always putting the kids first. Last week was a turning point for me because my child was shown an anti-police video celebrating Black Lives Matter, Black History Month. The students were asked what they should do if they ever hear all lives matter, how to approach it, what's the idea. They were shown an additional video that was played in class and narrated by a person who said they had dark skin. The person in the video claimed to work hard, went to schools, got good grades, tried to do well in the world, but he was afraid because cops were going to kill him for 20 bucks. The video then goes on to tell the students that all lives don't matter, only Black lives matter. Further, the teacher tells the student that if they believe all lives matter, there is a disproportionate amount of lack of concern for Black lives matter. The response generated from the students were published on Schoology, and I have summarized to protect their privacy, but some of the main points were, they said police are racist and only beat up on Blacks in movies. Only the heroes are white. When police shoot Black people, they were likely not committing a crime. Over 1,000 Black people were killed by police in 1 year. Innocent Black lives are being brutalized by police for no reason. White people have never been shot or killed by a police officer. When my child returned home from school, she was so upset she refused to go back the next day. At that time, I had not seen the video until I saw it on Next Door Neighbor. I told her to suck it up before and just pretend so she didn't get a bad grade. That was until I saw the video. We understand the importance of critical thinking skills. In fact, lacking skills could truly make or break a person's career, as the consequences of one's inability to process and analyze information effectively can be massive. Students in this case are being led to believe that cops are murdering people, especially Black people, without content whatsoever. Indoctrination is the school's goal. Hate and division is overarching theme. Dividing our youth and schooling them to prepare for and to accept victimhood is unhealthy. We're setting up an entire generation for social strife and failure and mental illness. The Mercer Island School District is now on a story headline in the national news. Our school district needs to take this divisiveness and political propaganda out and focus on the children's education. Because when you think about it, it's not about you, it's not about me, it's not about the teachers. It's about the children's education. And a child shouldn't have to sit in a classroom and be told his own father is a racist murderer. Enough is enough. And whoever is responsible for this curriculum.
Our next public inputter is Jennifer Flood via Zoom.
Hi, my name's Jennifer Flood. I'm a parent of 3 children, one of whom attends Islander Middle School. And I'm not going to read from any prepared remarks. I think what I've heard already from Jillian Peckham and Angela Bing kind of spoke to a lot of what I was going to say. I will just say, speaking from kind of like my heart and what I have observed thus far, I really have such appreciation for the leadership of our district, for our school administrators, and for our teachers who have really leaned into teaching everything associated with Black History Month. I know it is complex, and I know it is really can be really challenging, and I appreciate all that you are doing to teach our children to be critical thinkers and to examine history from multiple perspectives. And I appreciate how you do this, not just this month, but kind of all year long. And for that reason, in part, one of my students who during the past year actually went to a private school, we're actually having him come back to the district, in part because we have such confidence in the work that our district is doing, preparing our kids to be, prepared for the broader world. So thank you for everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Our next speaker is also via Zoom, and that's going to be Sarah Kareem.
Good evening. As a Lake Ridge Elementary parent, I would like to thank MISD and the school board that schools across our district are participating in activities that celebrate and honor how Black Americans have contributed to our history. I am not Black American, nor do I have African American heritage, but it is personally important to me that we celebrate this month. I would be incredibly remiss if I did not take a moment to reflect about the many African Americans in our American history whose contributions and sacrifices paved the way for those not only the Black community, but also for other minority groups, for people like my dad and for people like me. Why is this relevant to me, and why do I stand here today? Well, some history. The 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act and the 1917 Immigration Act limited immigration of undesirables from other countries, including the Indian subcontinent where my family is from. In fact, the Immigration Act of 1924 altogether banned immigration from Asian countries. For Asians already in the US, systemic racist and discriminatory laws held us back from progressing in society. Federal policy barred immigrants of Asian descent from becoming US citizens and having access to the vote. Housing discrimination was still legal, including right here in Mercer Island, not allowing non-whites to purchase land. It is because of the persistent campaigns and struggles of African-American civil rights leaders that we had sweeping legislation for all racial minority groups in the 60s, including the Civil Rights Acts and Voting Rights Acts. Most significantly, and the reason I exist today is because the civil rights movement also shed light on the discrimination of immigration quotas, which led to the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act. This key piece of legislation allowed my father to immigrate to the United States, first to study at the University of Washington, and then later to complete his PhD at Cornell University. My family is able to own land on Mercer Island, to vote to pass the levy for our schools, and my child to attend Mercer Island schools without discrimination because of the persistent tirelessness of Black leaders in our history. The foundation of our success was largely by people who fought for civil rights for all and continue to do so today, particularly for those historically marginalized in our country. My family's history is intrinsically tied with Black history, and for this, my family is thankful. It's also why I'm deeply thankful that my child has an opportunity to critically learn about US history through the lens of Black history. If we don't view our American history through this lens, then it will be false stories that rationalize and perpetuate systemic racism, exclusion, marginalization, and more, the way it has been done historically and continues to happen today. Black History Month is an opportunity to celebrate Black achievement and provide a fresh reminder to take stock of where systemic racism still persists today and give visibility to the people and organizations creating change. I'm utterly grateful to MISD for encouraging the celebration and for this important reminder. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is also coming in via Zoom, and that is Tam Sibe. Tam, sorry if I missed your last name.
No, it's fine. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to talk today. I had the opportunity to review the slide deck for today's presentation on math pathways and would like to voice a few thoughts and suggestions. First, I applaud the district for adding the new course 2AC, combining 7th and 8th grade standards, which hopefully will expand access to higher level math in high school to a greater number of students, including students who did not accelerate in 5th grade. However, I am concerned that this course isn't available to kids in Pathway C and would like to understand the rationale for that. Second, perhaps I may be jumping the gun and more details are forthcoming. But currently, as the slide stands, while the slide deck does not mention details on math acceleration in elementary school, it does show a pathway for some students 6th grade math standards in 5th grade. I, as well as others, would appreciate hearing details of the district's plans. If the district is still formulating these plans, I would like to offer some suggestions at this time to address the concerns listed on the agenda document. From my talk with other Mercer Island parents, West Mercer Elementary does acceleration and high cap really well, possibly the best in the district, by compacting 3 grade levels of content, 3rd, 4th, and 5th into 2 grades, 3rd and 4th. Rather than skipping a year of math content, which may result in instructional gaps, this was identified as a second weakness listed on the agenda doc. West Mercer's elementary approach on compaction produces foundationally strong math students. Additionally, I would love to see more students be included in this compacted accelerated path. In other words, expand access. For example, access to be expanded to non-high cap students who are strong in math and then access as being capable of excelling under a compacted accelerated math pathway. Logistically, I would like to recommend establishing a standard period of math across all elementary grades. Having a standard math period will enable us to offer opportunities like walk to math and thus better meet and challenge kids appropriately where they are. And finally, I would like to see West Mercer Elementary's approach to acceleration via compaction adopted across all 4 elementary schools so that learning across the district is standardized in order to address weakness number 3 identified on the board in the doc. Thank you for the opportunity to share my viewpoints today.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tom Acker via Zoom.
I didn't see Tom on here. He did mention that he was traveling and he might not have sufficient internet, so I believe he submitted some written.
Okay, no worries. We'll take a look at those written comments. In that case, we will skip ahead to Allison Merritt by Zoom. But if, I'm sorry, in person. Sorry, I had to by Zoom. Okay. Allison Merritt by in person, and then if Tom is able to get on before the end of public input, we can just put it back in the queue.
All right, so I am one of the captains for the Mercer Island fast pitch softball team at the high school, and I'm speaking on the vote for the renovations at the South Mercer Playfield. I would just like to start by saying that the fast pitch softball team is the only sport at our school that does not play on a regulation field. And so when it comes down to it, it is a discussion of equality. The Mercer Island boys baseball team has a turf infield and outfield, and I believe that the softball team should have the same commodities. Having a turf outfield will fix irrigation problems and flooding that we've had to deal with for years, as well as smooth out potholes, which we have tripped in and it has caused injuries in the past. Our fence is currently 220 feet, and a regulation size softball field is 200 feet. Not only does this give us a lower batting percentage, but by bringing the field in, it will likely increase batting results by the team as a whole. By having 2 bullpens, both teams' pitchers will be able to warm up separately, reducing the risk of injury. Currently, we only have 1 bullpen. It's an open bullpen, which means while we're hitting and the other team is warming up, balls can fly in there at any point in time. Also, little leaguers love to go in and play in our bullpen, which is a huge risk. These renovations will help decrease some of the congestion at the high school by directing after-school activity to the south end, and by having multiple fields, it will help with scheduling issues at the main stadium. Softball is not the only sport that uses the South Mercer playfields, and these renovations create the opportunity for soccer and lacrosse to have more practice space. Lastly, these renovations will give us a home that we can call our own and be proud of as a team and a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zoom. He is
He's not online. He's only, maybe in person.
You didn't see it
No.
in the.
No, I didn't.
and still no Tom Acker. Yeah, okay, then that concludes public input. Thank you everyone for your comments.
I'm next.
And next we have our student representative report. Over to you, Andrew.
Hello. As you can see, I'm flying solo today because Morgan is out of town, but the report is still full of exciting stuff. At the elementary school, students have been learning about the Lunar New Year and doing art projects for the holidays. Some classes did paper folding, and students said that they did an activity involving their zodiac signs. Also, in celebration of Black History Month, elementary schoolers have been learning about the important Black historical figures each day. Students also told us that they are starting to make art for the Fine Art Showcase, which is coming up, and they're super excited about that. At our middle school, our middle schoolers were a little bit more quiet than usual. Their spelling bee is coming up, which some students were super excited about. And there's also been, they've been recognizing Black History Month by doing lessons in Gator Time, organized by the Just Students Club. At our high school, they just recently had the unified basketball game, which gave students, our students with disabilities, a chance to take the court. Drill, cheer, radio were all there to cheer the players on, and just a bunch of students came to support our players. I was personally there, and it was a huge blast as always. The MIHS Black Student Union has organized a number of events this month, including the Race Equity Challenge and the community webinar about the history of redlining in Seattle and Mercer Island. The drama department finished their production of the Peter and Starcatcher, and the DECA state competition is coming up early in March, which is super exciting. Last week, Morgan and I had the opportunity to attend the Week on the Hill virtually. So we met with Representative Sen and Senator Wellman. When we met with our state legislators, Morgan and I discussed about the staff allocations and budget stability bills. And then at the end of the week, we got to hear Governor Inslee answer questions that other student school board reps had. He didn't have time to answer our question, which was a little disappointing, but at least for me, there's always next year. Sorry, Morgan. Pivoting to something that Morgan and I have been working on the past couple of months, that's adding to board policy 1250. Morgan and I got the inspiration from the Power of Student Voice conference in November. We heard what a lot of students were doing over the state, and we wanted to implement some of the successes that we heard over the district. I'll read what we've worked on and then explain why we feel like it's important to make the change. Here it is. When in attendance, student representatives may cast an advisory vote on all matters decided by the board at regular meetings except executive sessions. Advisory votes may be held at the beginning of the voting rotation so members can hear the advice of student representatives. The advisory vote shall not affect the final numerical outcome of the vote. Advisory votes shall be recorded in the official meeting minutes. Really, the why behind this is we feel it's important to not only have the time at the beginning of the meetings, but time all throughout the meetings to give important time to have thoughtful discussions and to give our thoughtful opinions, and just to make sure that the next student reps are just being heard throughout the meeting. We also understand that this requires a lot more involvement from student representatives, and it requires them to do a lot more research than just reading it over the night or morning before. So if this is approved, this is something we'd make super clear in our application process for future years to come. We also understand that some topics that the board discusses can be very difficult to understand. And students don't always go to board meetings. That's why we were very intentional with our wording by having may and if they're at meetings. So if it is a super complicated topic or students aren't ready, they don't have to vote. With that, if the board likes the language and the change, I would ask that it's put on the agenda for March. That's our report. Thank you.
So I have been working a little side by side with our student reps on this. And our thought was if the board would agree to have 1250 board policy on the agenda for the March 10th, perhaps as the first reading, we could present the red line that Andrew read with that addition into it. And then for approval at the second meeting in March. The timeliness of it is we're actually getting ready, believe it or not, to start taking applications for Morgan's replacement for next year. So we want to make sure that the application reflects these changes as well. So it's the first run, go to speak for the board. And then the ask is, will the board agree to have 1250 brought forward again on the agenda?
We want to have a brief discussion of that, or are we just taking sort of nods and thumbs up?
Yeah, I think it sounds like a great idea to take the student representative role up to the next level. I think you've always tried to ask for feedback. I think that's nice, but I think the actual vote and having students who take the time to read the information and follow it as you're exactly saying, I think would add a lot of value actually to our board meeting. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that students have the option to abstain, just as any other board member does. So for any reason, actually. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Tam, do you have any questions or thoughts on it?
No, like David, I agree that it makes a lot of sense to put some meat into our students' involvement. And this is the first step towards it. And so thank you for doing the work and starting the process. And we look forward to other policy changes from you all, but I would love to, I don't know, we're not deciding today, but you know, it would be something just to get other students kind of like input to see how they can participate in your voting, Andrew.
And do you have any questions or? Okay, great. I'm certainly happy to hear more about that. And I'd like to hear, I'd love to hear more about when you bring it back. I'd love to hear more about how specifically it's being done in other districts. If it's being done in other districts around here, I'd love to hear kind of how it's going and what the different.
We are on the forefront. There's not a lot. We did, Andrew found at least one template that he worked from, which was the actual state board of education has some students.
There's a
on it.
couple though.
But there are some others
Yes,
as
yeah.
well.
We can be
I'll be
cutting
happy to
edge.
find that.
We
That's
are,
fine.
we are cutting edge.
Yeah. Okay, great. This isn't high school. We're not going to make you answer that.
They don't do that, do they?
Some places. Yeah. That's pretty horrifying. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Of course.
We're both excited.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of effort for us.
And so we're up to superintendent report.
We are, and here we go again. We're going to give a real brief COVID update. You might all have heard Governor Inslee in his press conference yesterday talk about he will be coming back out next week with what kind of mandates could potentially be adjusted. I believe I said to the board, Superintendent Rydell, State Superintendent, his message that he has put out regarding the mitigation pieces that he would like to see adjusted and how public health would be the decider, so to speak, in those mitigation strategies. So don't have anything new to tell you other than next week we anticipate some further information on how mitigation strategies might have some off ramps and some timelines. But also related to COVID is at the throughout this time, we've been really conscious of our students' mental health well-being, and we have had many conversations with the board about that. And one of the tools that was put in place initially at the middle school and now is being brought onto the high school is called the Expert tool. I know we've talked to you about that before, but I believe Dr. Rendell has some guests here tonight as well to just kind of give you an update on where we are with using that tool and how it's impacted the work of some of our counselors.
Thank you, Superintendent Kolaski, and I see our group coming in, and I will monitor. I know we had a couple others as well, but I'm going to have them introduce themselves in a moment. But we have educators and professionals from our middle school and our high school here with us. I do want to point out that this is National School Counselor Week, and so a number of the faces that you see on there are representatives of our counseling teams. Your original agenda calendar would have had this night as the Fundamental 3 report, but due to some delays in getting data back, we're going to push that till April. But we thought, as Superintendent Kolaski mentioned, that it would be a great opportunity to spotlight a few of the things that we're doing in our schools to help support our students, and also for our board and our community to gain some perspective from our principals, our counselors, and others about, what are the successes that our students are experiencing, but what are they struggling with, and what are we working on there? So I'm going to go ahead and welcome in our team here this evening. And why don't we have everyone introduce themselves? Let me begin with Mercer Island Youth and Family Services. Wonderful event yesterday with your annual Giving from the Heart and support of the Youth and Family Services. But Derek, you want to go ahead and welcome in yourself, and then Chris Harnish, and then we'll move on to the high school and then the middle school.
Thank you, Dr. Rundle. A pleasure to be here. Derek Franklin, Professional Services Manager with Youth and Family Services. My role is supervising and supporting the YFS school-based and outpatient counselors and social workers.
Chris Harnish, I'm also with YFS, based at the high school. So there's two of us there. Caleb Visser, my coworker, couldn't be here tonight, but we are on site at the high school providing social and emotional support and intervention services as needed.
And Harry Brown is actually on a different panel and given a presentation tonight. He sends his regards, but he's our middle school youth and family services counselor. Walter
Kelly, principal at Mercer Island High School.
And then we have Lisa Dean.
Good evening, everyone. Lisa Dean, Associate Principal at Mercer Island High School.
And Gracie
O'Brien. I'm a mental health counselor with the school district, and I serve K through 12.
Great, welcome. Aaron Miller, I think you're on the call. You might be there for support. It might be more Weston, but go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, I am here. Thank you. I'm more here to just listen right now and participate in a later conversation. So I will leave it to my colleague Weston Lucas for the IMS portion.
Hi, good evening. I'm Weston Lucas. I'm the associate principal at the middle school.
And Jana.
Hi, I'm Jana Dash. I'm one of the counselors at the middle school.
Great. So I'm going to turn it over to the school teams again. Really want us as a community to hear from our professionals who are working with our youth each and every day around some of the successes as well as the continued challenges that they face, but then also highlighting our expert and other tools we're using to support our students. So Weston and Walter, do you want to give just some opening comments about each of your schools, and then we'll turn it over to our counseling team and our professionals.
Dr. Rendell, just to not to use.
Weston, why don't you go ahead?
Sorry, Principal Kelly, could you just give us what ESPERT stands for, because sometimes we forget to do that.
Yes, thank you. ESPERT is, the S is screening, the BI is brief intervention, and the RT is referral for treatment. And that was a tool that we accessed as part of a grant through King County Best Start Kids, which was approved by voters once, and then it was actually reapproved. And it has given us access to a tool that we're using in both the middle school and the high school in targeted ways. And it was developed in partnership between the county, mental health professionals, and Seattle Children's Hospital.
Well, Dr. Rundle, you just gave my introduction to the expert, so thank you for addressing that part. I came tonight specifically to talk a little bit about SBIRT as a tool at the middle school. We were fortunate enough to start the process of learning about SBIRT and piloting 2 years ago. And then last year we were able to, under our pilot grant, essentially, to actually test the SBIRT in classrooms. And interestingly, we tested the SBIRT as a screening tool in a hybrid classroom setting. So half of the students were in the room, half were accessing remotely. I think, we will turn to our mental health providers a little bit later tonight, but they'll probably tell you that was a challenge in screening, as one of the benefits of the SBIRT screener is that every student receives some sort of individualized feedback, and whether that's in person with a provider, with a service provider, or the tool itself, actually, as students answer questions and based on their responses in the screener, will give them individualized feedback. As an example, one that I always like to share is our students are asked about how much sleep they get in the evening. And if a student were to answer that they're not getting a lot of sleep, or they're getting more sleep than the science tells us that they may require, it will give feedback saying, it's recommended that students of this age group get this much sleep. It's a pretty great tool, and we're really fortunate to be able to partner with King County and under the Best Starts program to have this tool. We're really excited this year. All of our 7th graders will be screened using the SBIRT screener, and that will our goal is to have that completed prior to the start of trimester 3. It's really a powerful tool and a doorway for our counselors and our mental health providers. Our great partnership with Youth and Family Services and our counselors in the building to have access and to help support students as they screen in. And we learn new things about our students and better ways to support them and better ways to refer. Another thing that always stands out to me regarding the SBIRT is that referral, and it was learning for me that referral can often also mean to services within the school building, even clubs or activities and organizations. Students may, through the screener, they may share with us that they would like to be a part of an organization, and we can help to connect them to that. So we're very grateful to have the SBIRT as a tool, really excited to get started with our spring screening, and grateful for our partnerships that allow us to support students across the board using that tool.
Well, Weston, thank you. And we at the high school greatly appreciate the work of the middle school as you guys have piloted this and are working on it. And before I go to a broader picture, just want to acknowledge the appeal for the SBIRT for us is that it's going to provide and does provide specific, actionable, and timely information that allows us to decide where do we need to and do we need to intervene with the student, or just simply be aware and provide support. But I'm going to back up a little bit. First, as a parent and as an educator, I think many of us understand the exchange of trust that occurs when you turn over your child to us for 40 hours a week for 13 years. And the social emotional support that responsibility encumbers is profound and needs to be part of what we do on a day-by-day basis. On a second level, I want to remind that SEL work is not in competition with academic performance. It is actually complementary, and it's an underlying piece that students need to be able to achieve at whatever they would like to their maximum ability. In fact, I think about Maslow puts love and belonging below esteem and achievement. And frequently in schools, we flip those. We make that belonging contingent on a student doing well. And it's our responsibility to make sure that we keep that in order, that we provide that support and belonging before we expect a student to flourish. So just as a reminder of why we do what we do, our school improvement plan that we have annually has an emphasis on resilience, connectivity, and hope. Overall, we really work on creating an environment that has belonging and inclusivity as a core of what we do for every student every day. You guys have heard from our Student Voices for Change group and our Black Student Union. We're very proud of those groups but they're one of dozens or two of dozens of different groups where students can find that connectivity. As Weston mentioned, it allows us with the expert sometimes to figure out where are these groups and how do we connect a kid if they're a little disconnected. We also look at the wide array of extracurricular activities that we both offer as secondary schools. We look at what we do with selecting literature and what are the historical examples that we provide so that every student feels a connection to what we're doing together as a school. We both, with Gator Time or Islander Hour, we both work on different items to focus at different grade levels. And again, just the broad array of electives that are there for students to pursue interest and to bring them into what we do as a whole school. We at the high school are working on our Learning Commons to expand our programming and to make sure that that's a place where students can work that may be a little less hectic than the Commons, but not quite as structured as a classroom. I'm very proud of the work that some of our school psychologists are doing with students on anxiety and executive functioning. I'm proud of the work of our CARES team that looks to capture kids who have some data indicator or referral that shows concern. And I am inspired by what happens with CREST and the sense of belonging and connectivity that they provide for our students. Before I turn it over to the expert piece, I'm gonna just a plug here. Tomorrow we will have a formal announcement that transcripts for 7th semester seniors were uploaded on Wednesday afternoon, the 9th, which was only 5 days after grade posting, which is honestly the fastest I've ever heard. While we made some conditions to make sure we got that done.
Walter?
Yeah.
1 sec, we lost connectivity. I'm gonna have you back up to the plug and I'll give you the go sign here in a second.
Gotcha. Thanks, sir.
Yep.
Consider that your audition.
Am I a go at this point, Fred?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Got the sound.
Shall I turn off my video?
You're good.
You're a go.
All right. Shameless plug, but this is for our seniors and their parents' emotional health. We were able to get senior 7th semester transcripts uploaded yesterday afternoon for Naviance for all colleges and universities. That was 5 days after the grade posting, which is honestly the fastest I've ever seen or heard of in a school. We want to make sure that we're careful with that data, that we don't rush it to the point of inaccuracy. Fortunately, there were no inaccuracies we had to correct, but I've got to call out Clay Lowry for his support in getting this done, Giovanna Czesky, and also Juliana Torres, who's our registrar. They did phenomenal work to turn this around, and I hope that that helps with the emotional health of our seniors. Thank you, and I'm going to turn it over to Derek Franklin.
Oh, thank you, Principal Kelly. Appreciate that, and welcome again. I'd like to provide some context for the chat this evening before my colleague Chris Harnish talks a little bit more about details, but some context in the form of a high-level sort of snapshot of the impact COVID is having on the mental health and behavioral health of youth and families, both statewide and on Mercer Island, as well as a few YFS responses. First, some challenges facing youth and families overall: social isolation, lack of consistent routines, lack of peer engagement, challenges accessing specialized services for children with neurodevelopmental challenges, lack of exercise and consistent sleep, and an excessive exposure to social media norms that are contributing to functional and social emotional challenges for students. Our staff are seeing more kids struggling getting to school, taking mental health days to cope, and are working with many youth who are seeking help for the first time. What are some of these impacts on students? We see increased levels of anxiety, PTSD, depression, increased risk of suicide, family conflict and stress, and trauma-related stressors. The pandemic is attributed to an approximate 40% increase in diagnosable mood disorders among school-aged youth. And some specific issues related to youth experiencing the grief and loss that we see as a result of the pandemic include trouble paying attention and focusing, difficulty initiating and completing tasks, general short and midterm memory struggles, feeling disorganized, decreased interest in learning, forgetfulness, difficulty learning new things, loss of developmental milestones, and a greater risk of substance use or misuse. So what do some of these things look like at schools and elsewhere, at home, for example? And these do align with what MIYFS clinical staff are seeing, as I said, in schools and in our outpatient setting. Some of these include with youth, withdrawal, as I said, developmental regression among younger students, and some gaps in socialization among some of the older students in the district. Increased family conflict that's getting mirrored in school settings. Some kids being hyper alert, some declining hygiene and self-care, difficulty aligning with pre-pandemic behavioral norms, and even a sense of hopelessness. How long do we think these things will last? And some of these data come from the statewide Department of Health dashboards that predict this. We see that some of these changes are predicted to last at least a year from the last disaster or pandemic surge, or 2 years from the beginning of the disaster. However, with concurrent pandemic surges, the impact and presentation of these risk factors is really more difficult to predict. As students and families that really seem to be at all stages of impact and recovery. So what are some things in terms of mental health and social emotional support focused on by YFS staff? We're increasing suicide prevention education, support for universal screening tools, specifically SBIRT, refocusing some of our time on social emotional skill building, supporting youth reestablishing connections to their peers, to the educational process itself and the community, and helping youth and families modulate expectations to avoid exacerbating some of the pre-existing vulnerabilities while reestablishing good family rules and boundaries. And all we're really working to support an environment conducive to disaster recovery. And there are a few silver linings. We are noticing some reduction to the pre-pandemic stigma about accessing mental health care and support. Thanks again to the school district for the partnership that allows some of that to be possible. The possibility that youth resiliency can be strengthened if with help, they're able to internalize and make sense of some of the struggles of the pandemic. And we're seeing an increase sense of community belonging based on everyone in some ways having been through the same trauma. So to sum up, just a few thoughts overall, YFS school and outpatient staff really do remain in higher demand than before the pandemic. Most of that demand is, as predicted above, students with emotional dysregulation, regressed social skills and functioning, and parents struggling to know how to support their kids, and increased frequency of mood and relationship struggles. At YFS, our clinical team as a whole reflects that it's as if the pandemic has slowed in a way the psychosocial development of kids across almost all ages, but their biological development has just kept going, and trying to realign these continues to take a lot of work, building skills, providing emotional support, and helping kids relearn some of the skills necessary to successfully engage with schools, peers, and their community. Thanks for the chance to share a few thoughts. I think I kick it over to Mr. Harnish, my colleague, perhaps, to share a few details about what he's seeing at in the hallways at the high school.
Yeah, I think we're all familiar with the Washington Department of Health's COVID dashboard, but there's also a COVID-19 youth behavioral impact statement, and they look at both weekly and monthly reports, and there's 4 indicators that they look at, and Derek mentioned some, referenced some of these, but they look at people that are presenting at emergency rooms and adolescents specifically, and we've seen an uptick during the pandemic and continues to be larger numbers of kids presenting with psychological distress. So anxiety, depression, stress to a point that it's disrupting their daily activities. People presenting with suicidal ideation, people with actual attempts at self-harm or suicide, and then an increase in substance use related overdoses. Unfortunately, this mimics or mirrors what we're seeing here on Mercer Island. In my 25 years on the Rock, the number of kids presenting with stress, anxiety, and depression is unprecedented in my experience. It manifests itself in school avoidance, school refusal, kids not being able to follow through on their daily routines or obligations, and it manifests itself in self-harm, so cutting, scratching, kids thinking about hurting themselves, kids actually making attempts to hurt themselves and ending up in hospitalization or programs. It's really about kids not having the tools or the ability to cope with distress, and considering permanent solutions to what we consider temporary problems. But when a young person's in the midst of that, sometimes they just want the pain and the discomfort to go away. and they start considering other options. So we're really, I think we're doing a really good job of identifying kids, and experts helping us figure out which kids are struggling and getting them connected to service. The real challenge is going upstream, and how do we serve kids before they get to the point where they're in crisis and are considering some of these life-changing or life-altering decisions. Lisa, you want to talk a little bit about kind of Espert and how we're rolling that out in high school? We're a couple years behind the middle school, but we're moving fast thanks to Lisa's leadership.
And the middle school's leadership and support. Weston, you mentioned the word grateful many times. I want to just give a shout out to you. I'm very grateful for your partnership and your leadership on this. Really couldn't have done it without you this year. Chris Harnish and of course, Mr. Rundle, Dr. Rundle, really have supported us getting this off. We administered our first Espert this week. And we chose a class that is a upperclassman course. The students are definitely known for the rigor. It was a high performing AP class, and really the type of student that, you know, by all of our traditional indicators, we really wouldn't flag these kids as that they may be in need of support. And so we gave the screener, and our results, we came in, the tiers are tier 1, where students have a lot of great healthy things going on. And as Weston said, the program gives them feedback, keep it going. Here's a couple of new tips. Tier 2 would be for some students then who are flagging that they are typically for this screener that they're involved in some kind of unsafe behavior, usually around substances. It could also be around self-image, self-esteem. And then we have tier 3, and that is imminent harm, or that they have thoughts of self-harm or suicide ideation. So we had roughly 14% of our kids screen into tier 3 in our high-performing class this week. And so again, that means that they were having thoughts or had thoughts of self-harm or suicide ideation. 67% of the class screened into tier 2, and 67%. And so that means that they are either thinking about or they have engaged in vaping, marijuana, and alcohol. So as we mentioned, the students, every student who took it, they did receive some feedback from the screener, but students who screen into tier 3, they are contacted that day by their school counselor. So Chris Harnish, he mentioned Caleb Visser. We have our school counselors, and then we also have Gracie O'Brien on here, who's a counselor for us. And so if we have a student who is receiving special services and they are working with Gracie, then she would definitely be part of our team also. So we met with those students. We determined that our students who screened into tier 3, that while there was not an imminent harm, they had struggled with self-harm and or suicide ideation in the recent past. All were experiencing very high levels of anxiety, depression, and this screener really allowed us to identify students who we would never have picked up, and it gave them an opportunity to connect with a caring adult at school. And as Weston said, lots of these kids are connected to outside providers, but it gave them another person in the school and some conversation around what they can do in our school to help them manage this very high level of anxiety and depression that they're feeling. So I will just say, our students who met with our counselors, it was really heartwarming, the feedback that we got from them. At the very end of the screener, it does ask students, would you like to meet with a counselor? They all put no. But when they got pulled in by the counselors, I mean, everyone said that they really appreciated the process, that they felt supported, that they felt seen. And one even reported that they actually liked the experience because they really didn't know how to have this conversation with people at school. So kids who screened into tier 2 then, like I said, we had 67% of the class who screened into tier 2. Of that, 25% of the students reported that they were using substances. In some cases, at least monthly, and in some cases it was daily. So these students got connected to Mr. Harnish. He's our drug and alcohol counselor at MIHS, which I just want to say, I was in a training today for, it's the SBIRT High School Coalition. So we have 10 high schools in the state who are piloting SBIRT this year. And we are the only school district who has mental health services in our schools. And the number one challenge that these other schools are facing are certainly in meeting the needs of their kids, that the SBIRT is identifying is there, but they don't have providers. They don't have in school. There's not a stopgap to support them in school. And then they're having a hard time connecting them with outside providers. So I just sat there today in that training, just with a huge sense of gratitude for everyone who has funded our MIYFS counselors, and just for that partnership. It's such a unique opportunity, and our students are definitely benefiting from that. So thank you for that. And then our other students, that's something that our other tier 2 students, that's something that we're still developing. What are the supports we're offering to them that they're thinking about substances, but they have not engaged in them in the last 6 months, and just kind of what are our next steps. So we're thinking about our education, for our families and our students, and so forth. So that's what we've been doing. I know that the middle school has been doing this, as we've said, they've done this for at least a year. Jada, how does what we are seeing, how does that mirror what you're seeing, now that you're rolling it out to all the 7th graders?
Well, we've done it in the past, but we haven't done it for this year. So I'm actually super curious. Okay. But just to switch gears mildly to the middle school, one of our biggest benefits, I think, of the population we work with is that they very much look out for each other. And that is in positive ways and in negative ways, but they're always kind of noticing each other's behaviors, whether good or bad. And so if somebody is presenting as in need, looking sad, looking depressed, any indications there might be self-harm or someone's not eating lunch, our kids feel very comfortable coming and reporting that to a trusted adult. So we're really fortunate in that sense. And I'm sure we provide as many opportunities as we can for the kids to be able to directly communicate to us and or come see us. And so I think the SBIRT is just one more channel to reach a broad population and give the kids a way to connect and kind of very privately indicate if they have struggles that haven't been supported yet.
Jana, what are some other just general insights that you're seeing, you and Ms. Goldstein, Ms. Klein, what are you seeing, strengths and weaknesses of students overall at the middle school?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo a lot of what I heard already talked about tonight from Derek and Gracie. There's, the kids on the positive side, our kids really do look out for each other. There's a strong sense of community. Some of the challenges we're finding are for sure increased rates of anxiety and depression. We've talked about this a lot as a professional learning team, and it feels like there's a shifted threshold for discomfort. And so things that we used to consider just nerves, now kids are having panic attacks, or they're very anxious, or they're needing to come and get support. They think they're hyperventilating, etc. We're certainly seeing higher numbers of depression. We've written more safety plans this year for students with suicidal ideation that I would venture to say we've written in the past 3-4 years combined. So we have a lot of kids really screaming out for help in different ways. I also think we're seeing an increase, it seems as of late, in some behaviors. Kids are really reacting in different ways. They're overwhelmed in some ways. There are some, there's reason to think there's some stunted development with social skills. So a lot of our kids are lacking in some of the skills we would have hoped they developed by the time they reach us in middle school. And so we're seeing a lot of kids having disagreements and they don't know how to resolve them. We for sure are not able to not have the social media impact come into the school day. We spend a lot of time dealing with kids and screenshots about things that were handled inappropriately among peer groups. But we really do have a lot of great interventions. So we are aware of the needs of the kids and we're trying super hard as a team to meet the needs. We have a number of classroom lessons going on where we're teaching kids that we all have mental health. We're teaching lessons about signs of suicide. We are running a ton of small groups. We have a space for kids to come and eat lunch almost every day of the week if they're feeling disconnected in the regular lunchroom. We also have a number of after school activities where we're trying to get kids connected. We've had a lot of reports from families that kids are feeling isolated or they don't know how to bounce back from a year of isolation. And so we've tried really hard to navigate that and help make connections for kids and provide outlets for them to meet each other, connect, find some interest that they share with other kids. And really, we very much try hard not to let anybody fly under the radar at the middle school. So we've got eyes and ears everywhere, and we're really trying our best to support every student.
Great. Gracie, why don't I let you kind of conclude? You have a unique position because you work across multiple grade levels and multiple schools. So Gracie, you want to just add any additional insights and then we can open it up to some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Yes. So I provide mental health supports and services to students K through 12 who are receiving special education. So essentially it's part of their IEPs. And just to kind of echo and mirror what everyone has said, a lot of what we're dealing with or what I'm dealing with on a daily basis is some of those challenges with symptoms of anxiety and depression. And not really being able to manage some of the things that maybe in the past they have been able to because of lack of socialization, because they have these experiences that maybe in the past would be something that was very small, but we're spending the entire session talking about something that's very small and kind of working through, okay, what are some of those critical thinking skills? What are some of those problem solving skills? What are some of those social cues that maybe in the past you haven't been able to pick up that are much harder, you know, when you're in Zoom versus in person and then having to relearn that. The other piece that comes to my mind is some of the uncertainty that students are experiencing, right? So they're in this middle place where they're trying to figure out, how do I move on? And then at the same time, you know, we see these surges. So January, for example, was a really interesting month for young people, especially, you know, at the elementary level and then all the way through the high school. But especially for those little ones, they really struggled with, they heard adults talking about it's going to be okay, we're going to keep the doors open, and they trust adults, right? So we've talked about the community that has been developed. So they really trust the adults, but they were also experiencing some, you know, a little bit of PTSD about what had happened to them before. And so working through some of that. And then just to echo, I think some of the positives for specifically for the population that I serve, that I've seen, is back to what Walter was saying, the community, right? So in the past, students who have special needs have sometimes felt very isolated and like they're different from their peers in the school environment. And it's been incredible to watch this community talk about, as Jana said, everybody has mental health. And what does it mean to have healthy mental health? And so they've felt very much seen and heard, and like they are just like everybody else, just like the rest of their peers. And so that's been a lot of the conversation, the validation that has come in to these kids and into their experience. So that has been a really, really positive piece of what the students that I'm seeing are experiencing.
Great. Thank you to everyone for your insights tonight. Let me turn it back over to the board president and I'll let you take it from there.
I have a couple questions, but do other people have questions first? Yeah.
I've got other questions, but I think this is a simple one. Is when you're doing the assessments and a student falls into tier 3, are you notifying their parents?
Absolutely. Yeah, we want to partner with families. We come from a family systems kind of approach. And so to have a successful kind of intervention, we need to partner with parents to not only get this young person connected to services, but we also need to support the parent and help them as they navigate the system. And how do you support a kid that's struggling with some mental health?
Sure. We've had kids, stressed with transcripts. We talked about stress perhaps with grades. First time some kids are taking tests. We've had two parents talk about their children being stressed as well. So those are all very unique circumstances. Does that get caught by the screener, or do those kids in real time have to access help directly? How do those students get help?
I'm happy to speak to that at the middle school level. A lot of our communication comes not only from students, but from parents and or peers. So it can come, referrals to the counselor can come in a variety of ways, but we try to make ourselves as accessible as possible. And Schoology is an amazing tool because the kids who feel embarrassed or shy to speak up, they can actually send a counselor a message to say, like, I'm having a really hard time. Can we check in? And I would say in any given day, I'm hearing from students and parents and or teachers. So there's just eyes everywhere, at our school, which is really great. So it's hard to be stressed and not to be noticed.
On a couple of quick thoughts or reactions to that. First, there's a distinction we're seeing between the temporary stress that everybody encounters, and how do we build the capacity for students when they deal with that to be able to deal with the next time more successfully. Taking finals the last few weeks for the first time in 2 years live was one of those moments of temporary stress that many students had. So to answer your question directly, one is, I think it would be highly dependent on when the SBIRT was given as to what type of temporary stress could be there. And we hope that we tease out things that are larger issues around anxiety and mental health versus I'm just stressed out about fill in the blank, it's over in 48 hours. But the connection is, if we're reaching out to a kid for whatever reason, it starts to build trust. So if they do flag as somebody who maybe has some risk factors, hopefully that connection builds trust when they're really struggling in a given moment. But I think the design of the tool is to find students who are engaged in this behavior more regularly, or it's an ongoing concern. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn. If a greater expert's in the room, please speak.
Thank you. That was very helpful. That answered my question very well. Thank you. Both of you answers. Cheers.
Thank you. Tim, I can see your hands up.
Thanks, Meg. Hi. Thank you so much to our counselors. I really think that having counselors in school is really the best way to provide services to our students. And I wish that more school districts would do it. So I really appreciate the heavy push to do more screening and getting our student services. And I hear I heard it was mentioned that, and if you can talk more about, we're working also to make sure that we are capturing upstream, right? Because traditionally mental health services has always been those in intervention versus a prevention. How do we build community and belonging? So, so then I think of a system, right? Then I guess if possible, if you can talk to about how are we, training all of our other staff and teachers to be from a trauma-informed care perspective, and how, what kind of strategies do you think we might need to do more community-based intervention?
I can start with that question, and thank you for that question. We recognized, especially coming into a year where all of our students were returning to us, and given all of the challenges that the previous couple of years have provided, we had a team that developed what we called the Gator Reboot. As we welcomed our students back, knowing that students would need specific supports in areas of social emotional learning and in some study and organizational learning as well, how to be students and how to be members and part of a community. So our Gator times were specifically for the first 5 weeks of school dedicated to those specific lessons. So teachers got support, and then we're implementing those in Gator times. And this is really just an example. in speaking to your question, but it was things about how do I develop a new friendship? How do I support an ongoing friendship? And what do I do when there's challenges in a social interaction, or when I have challenges with a friend? How do I respond to that? And then, as I said, there were also some academic lessons about studying organization and homework planning as part of that social emotional lens. So that's one specific example, but it's also ongoing. And we know the importance of providing our teachers those in-classroom strategies that they can use. We have done some trauma-informed practices training, but I definitely think there's always room for more of that, as we know that those are some of the needs of our students.
Chris, would you mind sharing on the high school behalf?
Sure. For the last 6 years, we've been involved with the Forefront program, which is a UW School of Social Work program. And every year we train teachers, students, staff, and parents on the LEARN curriculum. It's an acronym of how do you identify signs and symptoms of a developing mental health problem, and as it progresses, when the signs and symptoms might warrant an intervention of sorts. And the beauty of it is we've got everybody speaking the same language: students, faculty, and community or parents. And a lot, as you said at the middle school, Janet, a lot of our referrals come from other kids or from from family members. And this has been a successful model, not only here on Mercer Island, but across the state of Washington. We were lucky enough to be one of the first cohorts to be a part of it. In addition, we have done some Islander Hour lessons looking at mental health and identifying what's normal stress, anxiety, and depression, and when does it become problematic. And that was for both students and staff. And what do you do if? So we've been working on kind of that psychosocial emotional education, trying to raise awareness. I like to say that sometimes there may be a hesitation to seek out mental health services, but if you had a cough or a sore throat, especially during COVID, you race down to the nurse's office to get a rapid test. But sometimes people are hesitant to go for mental health services. And I think we try to normalize that getting a checkup from the neck up is normal, and it's a part of that continuum of care.
Thank you. Dan, did you have any questions? I just have a couple of questions. One is, I had heard just anecdotally as a parent that since kids have been back in school full time, especially at the elementary school level and the middle school level, that they've been more physical, now that they're around each other, like both positive and negative, more like poking and hugging and so forth, but also like more, physical altercations. Is that bearing out? Is that something that's continuing to be the case?
I would say yes.
Okay, just curious. I mean, it seems like there's a backlog of kind of in-person social skills that we kind of all have now, but it's not as significant for adults. So,
and we don't have an elementary person here on the panel, but Fred and I were looking at each other because we were at an elementary school today, and we have been working with our elementary principals and our elementary staff. So to Jane's point, the answer would be yes.
Yes. Okay, just curious. And then I know that we had started in the fall using that whatever it is, the say something anonymous reporting button. We're still doing that?
Yes.
And then how does that link up with the rest of the system? Like if someone reports like bullying or a mental health crisis kind of thing, like how does that get followed up on?
So why don't I start with Aaron, and then high school and middle school, you can talk about, how you've been doing that. So Aaron, you want to start?
Yeah, so the Say Something program is through the Sandy Hook Promise, and it's a nonprofit and a free the district resource, which all of our secondary students and staff were trained on the program, and it's an app on their iPad that you can also, on the student iPad, so you can also go in and do it directly online, which they can anonymously report if they have concerns about themselves or other, be it self-harm, threat against the schools, threat of violence, drug use, all sorts of things. In terms of the tips we've gotten, we have gotten some to date. Some of them, I think my colleagues from the schools would share that the students tell us they're going to go put in a tip and what the tip is about. So part of that is because we do have really strong relationships with our kids, which is great. But I do think it's been helpful for us we've had a couple of tips where they've been able to share information that they were less comfortable sharing with adults, or if they had information about a student at another school. So we have got a tip from like the high school about a middle school student. That's just an example. That was helpful. Actually, I think it was the reverse, a middle school student about a high school student. So that's been helpful. It goes to a crisis line first. I will, for anyone who's listening, providing more information is better. It doesn't necessarily breach the anonymity that people are looking for, but it makes it easier for us to support the student, because often it's not a self-report, it's about a friend. It makes it easier for us to support the student. And I will say, consistent with what I think Harry was sharing, or Harry Brown, was that they are concerned that they're also concerned just about their well-being of their peers and the choices that their peers are making being related to drugs or alcohol. So it is not, it is all forms of, I guess, self-harm or mistreatment of the body. So it's not necessarily all suicidal ideation, but it has really been that type of thing. So it's just another sort of avenue to reach out to our kids, or for our kids to reach out to us. But fortunately, it's been because of the relationships we have with our students, they're also choosing to use the adults or respond. And they actually identified this in many cases, the kid they're worried about, because they trust that ultimately the school will do the right thing by those students. But they just don't want to be the one to be known to have shared the tip. So we don't know who the tipster is, but they're willing to identify the kid, which I think is helpful.
Thank you.
Any additions from the high school or middle school?
I would just comment that the two reports that have come through to the middle school both involve students that were very much already connected to a counselor. So it was very reaffirming to know that although there were concerns, they were shared concerns and already being addressed.
Great. And I will second that. I should have mentioned that. Thank you for highlighting that, Jana. That has been true, I think, at both levels, that there are kiddos that we're already trying to support. So there's community care.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. And then our student representative. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I just had one quick question. As we start to roll out Esper in the high school, I was just wondering how we know if students are going to answer truthfully versus just trying to answer it to get done with it. I think I hear sometimes from students, they just want to fill out sometimes these forms as quickly as possible so they can get back to studying or going on their phones. I just want to see if there is a mechanism or if there is a way, or how do we build that trust to make sure that it's important to do these questionnaires or the screening system truthfully.
I'll take that one, Andrew.
Awesome.
I think it's a great question, and Mr. Harnish and I went and spoke to the teacher who administered the Esper this week, and he also kind of, they had the same wondering. So, but if you look at the data that came through, the students, maybe not every student, but a lot of the students really answered honestly. And I think that is really, again, we've been talking about trust with the adults. And so the feedback from our students that talked to the counselors, whether they were a tier 3 student or a tier 2 student, we did get very positive feedback from them, and they appreciated, that support. So I think that especially people saying that they like the process, that they felt supported, I think that will also, help with our culture at the school. And as we do a very slow rollout, that students will help with that marketing, that we're here as a support. It certainly is not anything tied to discipline or anything other than we care about you, and we just want to make sure that kids are that they have the tools that they need to navigate school and life. So I think that and kids, when we have the conversations, these students, we are having conversations with them, and so I think that's the other piece that we'll always be able, to tease out. Is there a concern that is now? It's a previous, issue that the student has been supported, but, it's through that conversation and building those relationships with kids that we will tease that out. So does that answer your question, Andrew?
It does. I just want to express my gratitude to everyone here for really caring about students. So thank you.
One more, Deborah.
I just had, well, this kind of goes into question. There's just a couple things I wanted to point out.
One of the things I think many of you know what I do in real life, and I as a lawyer represent people who are really suffering from significant mental health events. And I can say one of the most frustrating things for me is that, you know, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a mental health provider, and I often don't know what to say. And I know that there are not the supports out there that people need. Now, there's plenty of great people doing the work, but I know that referrals are kind of meaningless right now, that people can't get in to see providers. Whether it's something that's somewhat minor, or even I know the lines of kids at Children's Hospital waiting, saying that they're gonna hurt themselves or kill themselves, and they're not getting admitted. And then the parents go home and there's nothing they can do. So this is kind of a generalized statement about our system that I'm sure you all share the frustration with. And I guess what I worry about so much, I think this is a great screening tool. I love the things that you said about, you know, even if you can't connect them to a therapist or a provider of some point, in some way, that you're looking at extracurriculars and you're looking at other ways to engage the students. And I think that's fantastic. I hadn't thought of this screening in that same way. Are you also following up, like, so the kids that you screened today, I think you said today, right, or yesterday, the kids that you screened today and then met with, do you have it on the calendar to see them again in 2 weeks or in a month? Because what my concern is that we do these screenings, we see them, we know they're not going to get in to see a professional because, or at least on an ongoing basis, because there aren't any to see. And then if they feel forgotten about, are we doing more harm than identifying them in the first place? So is there a follow-up happening? I mean, I know you're just starting this, at least in the high school, but is there a set follow-up so that kids feel like, okay, I went out on a limb here, I reported how I'm feeling, and now I'm not going to be forgotten about?
For kids that land in that tier 3, we create what we call safety or support plans. And so we look at both their strengths and weaknesses and make adjustments in the schoolhouse as needed. We also identify key players in the building that can be support people for them. And then, as you mentioned, there can be some challenges getting connected to outside services, but that's another piece of playing that referral piece. But in the meantime, the beauty of having YFS in the building and Gracie's in the building and Jana's in the building is that we can be that stopgap, that kind of in-betweener, and keep eyes on the kid, keep connected to the kid until, if needed, they need more intensive services. We can be that kind of safety net.
Thank you. That's good to know, because I worry about, we see people getting discharged from the hospital and they have a plan and yet they get lost. And I don't want to see that happen to our kids. The last thing, this is more of an announcement. I was going to talk about this at our board reports, but I know Derek has been pushing for mental health first aid, which is a specific program that I've taken as part of my work. And I know that probably all of you guys have taken it too. Parent Edge is providing that, is doing mental health first aid. And what it is it's a program for lay people, all of us who don't know the right questions to ask, to basically be able to ask others if they are in a mental health crisis. And it's just a way of kind of noticing. And so it helps with language. It really teaches you, even those of us that work with people who are suffering, it really teaches you to say, are you thinking about killing yourself? And that's a really hard question to ask. And I know a lot of people feel like, well, I'm going to make them think about it when they hadn't thought about it before. So it's a really great lesson. I think it's in April for Parent Edge. And what I would do, I would love to see, I know Fred and I have talked about that being offered for all of our staff. And I would love to see it being offered for all of our parents on a regular basis, and encouraging parents to do it. Because I know as a community, we all look out for our kids, but we also look out for all our kids' friends. And then also even for, maybe even high school students, older high school students, whether or not there's an age appropriate. It can make such a difference when someone just shows for, even 5 minutes that they care and can give someone the courage to go ask for more help. So I just want to make that plug about the Parent Edge offers so many amazing programs. And I know there's been talk about this mental health first aid. It's a pretty short, I think it's like 6 hours, like something like that. And it's very much directed towards people with absolutely no background in mental health services. So
Derek, I know you and Tamby have some coming up as well, I think through Youth and Family Services, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we have, and I think I'd refer people to our Healthy Youth Initiative website where we've listed several upcoming trainings, including specific parent supports and some resources in Mandarin as well. So thanks, Dr. Rundle. If folks want to go there, I think that's where the best update is to our services.
And then we received a grant through Overlake Medical Center this fall. They have not only an adult version for parents, but they have a youth version as well. We received grant money that they made an in-kind donation to the Schools Foundation for us to be able to, in the next calendar year, be able to start offering those to youth as well as adults. So that was a grant that we applied for and received this year.
thank you.
There's also a program called Psychological First Aid, but it's really different, just in case people are thinking it's the same thing. It's really targeted at like dealing with it, helping people deal with the aftermath of it's also for lay people, but it's about helping to deal with the aftermath of like a traumatic incident. So
The great thing about this is it's very, very clear that it's not about treating someone. It's about asking questions and helping them get the help that they need and not trying to diagnose, or in fact, you're absolutely not told not to. It's, is this person in immediate crisis? Do you call 911 or do you help them find someone who can help them?
that's great. Thank you. All right. Next, would we like a little break? Do people want a 5-minute break now, or do we?
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Sorry. Thank you very much, everyone. for
Thanks
staying
for all
on
your
so long.
time. I apologize, but it was really important.
Oh, sorry.
So it took a lot of time.
Yes.
But we think it was, we wanted to do that.
We still have 2 big chunks of stuff to get through, plus a bunch of stuff, plus our regular stuff. So I'm just thinking either a 5-minute break now or a 5-minute break after the fields. Any preference? Tony's like, fields, after, okay. Remove the fields, Tony on his chair, and then we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, board policy 1800 OE11, facilities and capital assets, athletic field project update.
All right, take it away. This is sort of going to be, I think, all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Give some information on the thought exchange, and Tony will be giving you some other information.
Yeah, so I don't know if we want to start with the thought exchange before we kind of follow up with some of the information we brought, so we'll let Ian kick it off.
Okay. Join as panelists. I'll be sharing my screen shortly here. So Thought Exchange is a crowdsourcing platform that we use to answer a couple of questions in regard to the field options that we have. So that was the initial question that our community voted yes or no on. We generated the Thought Exchange on January 12th. It went out from January 18th to January 24th on all of our platforms, email, social media, website, to gain community response. So, okay. We had 487 participants take part in the Thought Exchange. The 487 indicates 487 people who clicked on the link on one of our platforms to access the Thought Exchange and see what it was all about. There's 458 thoughts that were typed in, and they were rated. There was 11,881 ratings by the participants. One aspect of this is with the 487 participants, you see that we only got 480 responses. That means there's 7 people that clicked on the link and didn't proceed to answer question number 1, which was please identify your role with the district. So there's 487 responses to that question, but you'll see the numbers and the percentages add up to 529. The 529 is people identifying on a multi-select option, meaning they picked that they're a parent or a staff, so that that's 487 responses to the first question to identify. Then we go to the next question to answer based on location of the different options, which fields the district upgrade. 37%, 173 votes for the junior varsity fields at the high school, 55%, 256 votes for the South Mercer play fields, with 8% undecided. The 466, there's 466 people who responded to this question. So if there's 408 responses, 466 replied to this question. So that's what your percentages are out of. Thought Exchange is AI based in that it produces results on artificial intelligence. And this is a word cloud, which is words are sized based on the star rating of the thoughts they appear in. So if a user went in and starred a thought in any of these areas or another area, the artificial intelligence of the Thought Exchange produces this word cloud based on what types of things are getting rated, not specifically what their rating is, but what things are getting rated. So that's the word cloud. So it gives you an idea of what people were clicking on. In Thought Exchange, these are the key top 3 thoughts, the highest rated thoughts of all 3 highest rated ones of the 456 thoughts. 4-point ratings. You'll see next to the stars, there's a number with a little icon. That's how many people rated that thought. So it gives you an idea of how many people were rating the top one for 4 stars. So AI generated top themes by total thoughts. So these themes were generated by the platform. JB Field has the most thoughts, but that doesn't mean it has the most votes, yes or no. As you saw earlier, the percentage of votes was 56, I think, percent for the South Mercer Fields. That is telling you that the AI found JB Field mentioned as a thought, either positive or negative, that many times, and then it goes through. There's the same aspect for top themes by star score, meaning which themes got the most votes, either positive or negative. And am I going too slow, too fast? Should I?
Just fine.
Okay. So now moving on, we have a slide for every single we have top 3 thoughts for the different themes identified by the AI in the order of the star themes. So the percentage of usage throughout the year, maximize community school use, more capacity on fields, opportunity for the most kids. 3.9 with 37, 34, and 26 voters. Benefit was identified by the system as a word that people put in their thoughts. Access. One thing to notice on access, this one, 4.0, only 5 people voted. The other ones we've seen so far, there's been a fair amount of not that few voters. But since it got lots of 4s, it's going to pop to the top of the list. Community. High school. Turf, or I'm sorry, lights, apologize. Field teams. Softball.
That one looks like the comments are really about equity, like between the softball team versus the baseball team, for example.
Yes. South Mercer. Sports. There's about 4 slides left. JV Field. So this is another instance of a thought where you've got 36 and 39, but the middle one is 14. Got a lot of ratings from people with high ratings from people who thought it was important to those 14 people. So it's up there. Same with 6 there. Turf. Levy funds. Other important thoughts. These are unthemed thoughts, things that pop in that the AI didn't indicate as a theme. And then the cost.
Any sort of clarifying questions on that information? So I did have the opportunity to meet with the athletic leadership team a few weeks ago after our first meeting. I met with 8 athletes. Softball was well represented, as was lacrosse and also football. All in all, there was we chatted a lot about the different options, pros and cons of going to the South End. We talked through, Andrew was there with us. We talked about what does it look like to have our home field off the campus, and yeah, that was a bummer. And that was our one real drawback that we had with it. But as we talked through it, being able to have a place to truly call our home and be branded as our own, I think that really won over. It overwhelmed the cons of the conversation. There was a lot of excitement around that. There was a lot of chatter around just taking some of the pressure off of the high school as well, being able to spread it out. And I think Allison did a great job tonight speaking on our behalf. She was at the meeting with us as well, and overall, it was a great push to look at South Mercer. I think it was a real win-win for our athletes. It was the overall consensus. And Andrew can chime in on that if he would like it. But we also, in the last few weeks, we have had a preliminary meeting with the city of Mercer Island. Superintendent Klosky, myself, Director Bergstrom, met with some of the city leadership. The city strongly supports this effort, this project. We had some conversations about field fees and what does that look like. I think we had talked about that. A little early to really come up with some hard numbers. With the addition to the lights on that field, it's really going to increase the usage within on that facility. So it's kind of hard to get a hard number. I did some research on just the overall pros and cons on maintenance and trying to figure out some of those costs. And it was a little difficult. The information that was out there either was provided by the turf manufacturers or the natural grass supporters, and it was definitely lopsided one way or the other. I can tell you that typically in our stadium, we groom our stadium about every 6 to 8 weeks, where if it was a field, we'd be mowing it twice a week. So that in itself, I think, paints a pretty good picture as far as just the time of the maintenance that goes out there onto a field. That field at the South Mercer would probably take a little more grooming just because it's not closed off and it would be getting a lot more use. So, but all in all, we've had a lot of great feedback. I had the opportunity this week to speak to a community member who was very, very supportive of this process and just getting kids out on the field and having more of a all-purpose play, year-round play. So the feedback I've personally gotten has been very supportive towards the South Mercer playfield. I spoke to several other athletes not on the athletic advisory team And again, it's pretty much full support from coaches, students, including the athletic director, the athletic department of the high school. So that's where we stand. We continue to move forward with, making some efforts towards getting this project rolling. We've reached out to some engineers. We've done some preliminary work with the geotech, electrical engineers, civil engineers, and things like that. Also with Dave Anderson, who we met a few weeks ago at our meeting. So we're continuing to do as much work as we can in hopes that if we get the nod of approval to move forward, we'll be able to get this thing rolling quite quickly. Yeah, time is of the essence as far as if we want to try to make this happen on the time frame that we originally had hoped to do. So
just to add to Tony's point, because we're moving from a natural grass field to a turf solution, we have to do, it's called a SIBA. What does SIBA stand for?
it's an environmental impact study.
But because we are a government agency, we can be our own provider of a SIBA. We do it ourselves. But the process of doing a SIBA and having that environmental impact document ready to go and take to the city as part of the permit process is quite lengthy. There has to be community meetings. There has to be soil studies, drainage studies. So when Tony is saying that we really need a nod pretty quick because we really need to hit the ground running. If we want to start construction in June, we really need to get a fast nod.
The city has been a great partnership. I mean, and they're willing to step up and help us with these processes and the permitting processes. And I mean, they're not, it's not going to be our project by any means. It truly is going to be a community project with our partnership with their folks in the city. So
just to clarify, you're talking about doing the South Playfield, not both projects.
Correct, not the JV field. We're looking at just the South Marshall field. Yeah.
What's the lifespan for a turf field?
So it kind of varies. We typically get anywhere between 8 to 10 years on our stadium. A lot of it depends on just the type of use that it gets. I would venture to think that the last field we had at the middle school that we replaced 2 years ago, I believe that was 12 or 13 years.
It was 12.
Was it 12 years? And we were lucky that it wasn't a safety issue. It became more of an aesthetic issue because one of the things we do is we make sure we put a pad underneath our carpet or a turf to create that safety G-max. And that's usually what fails first, is that you lose the G-max on the turf field, so it becomes an unsafe surface to play on. So by having that, you can actually wear that carpet down farther and to extend the life of your.
And what's the cost?
Well, the cost, I can't tell you what the cost would be 10 years from now, obviously, but I can tell you that you're not putting the E layer down below it. You're not having to do the dirt work. You're basically just replacing the carpet itself and the infill. So the cost is significantly less from the original install. And I speak from just what we've done in our own stadium. From when we originally did it, it's, that the original investment is there, but it continues to last. The E layer that we put down will last, I'm told it will last, I haven't been through that, but at least 3 turf replacements before you have to do anything with the E layer.
We've had a sinking fund with the city from the fees to do the replacements and
Right.
updates. We see that happening here too.
Yes, any of the fees that are collected with the premium turf fees would go back into the sinking fund to help fund replacements. One thing to note is when we replaced the field at Islander Middle School 2 years ago, that was funded by the sinking fund. That did not.
Well, I thought there was another field we replaced that was partially funded by us and partially funded by the city because the fees weren't enough and we upgraded the quality of the field. I believe there was some
That was the
discussion about
middle
that.
school field, but there was the upgrade of the material.
Yeah, there's a
The
material
vast-
upgrade.
the vast majority of the funding for the middle school did come from the sinking fund. And part of the conversation that we had with the city was last week, 2 weeks ago. As part of their pros plan, their parks and recreation update, they are looking at evaluating their fee structure, and not just in terms of additional playability from lights, but also what is the market sustainable and looking at the replacement costs in the future. So that is part of their consideration as we work forward. And they do realize that it is a partnership, and we do rely on that sinking fund to help that replacement cost. So that is part of the conversation.
They do have they currently do have a balance in their sinking fund. It's the next fields that they have to address with the replacement field would be the infields at South Mercer before they come back. And I believe the infield at ICP, I think, was on that list as well. So, but as the funds collect, it kind of rotates through as the projects come to a head. So it's not designed to have enough money in to replace sinking fund.
Yeah, I just have a broad question about turf versus grass, like assuming that it was the South Mercer playing field. I noticed as a lay individual that when it comes to residential lawns, that AstroTurf is much worse for the environment than for natural grass. Like when it comes to playing fields, like one, I guess the question is, one is performance, but then, the other is longevity. And then the third dimension is like sort of environmental impact. So I guess one is, have we considered sort of the environmental impact of AstroTurf versus grass? And then two, within AstroTurf, is there like more friendly solutions, less friendly solutions?
Sure.
And what are those trade-offs? I understand it's not
Right.
always,
The biggest conversation out there on turf is the crumb rubber. There's some options now to couple of different options. You have a polyurethane coated crumb rubber, which is kind of the industry standard now, which is what is put in at Islander Middle School. At our facility here and at the outfield at ICP, we used cork, which is a recyclable product, which is great. There is an upcharge for that. But as far as the carpet itself, when it is taken up, when we did our carpet in the stadium 3 years ago, I think it went down to California to a recycling firm that actually recycles the product. So, I think there is a trade-off there. Natural grass is great. But unfortunately there is a lot of maintenance, and as far as wear and tear, with the amount of use that our community puts on fields, it is a hard upkeep, especially to keep game quality fields, and safe. As our softball rep has mentioned, it's really tough to go for a fly ball and there's a pothole out of that, in the field that you just can't catch them all. So it's, there's definitely a trade-off. I will tell you that some of the cork has had great reviews as far as playability goes. It plays really natural. The soccer folks really have said, it plays really well. The ball rolls really natural on that cork product. I have not had any complaints come through my desk as far as this middle school with the treated, the polyurethane coated crumb rubber. But all in all, injuries do go down with the newer products. I think early, you mentioned AstroTurf, which is actually a brand. Early on, they had some problems. It just the way that the athlete's feet would get caught in the fiber, and it didn't give them. They saw some knee injuries. Now with the larger pile and the deeper infill, you're not seeing those injuries, and you're not seeing the head injuries that you do on a natural grass field. And I have no way to really control the impact on a natural grass field per se, as far as the hardness of the field when a head comes down.
and is our budget, is that looking at the natural cork, or what would be the upcharge? If we went
I
to
think
the-
we had it priced both ways, but we haven't made a final decision on that yet. So I think the last estimate, I would have to go back and confirm for you, but it may have been the coated chrome rubber on that. polyurethane coated. So.
Can we talk about the money? So I know it's the 3 million versus the 5 million-ish, and we have 3 from the last capital levy. Is that right? So where's the other 2 plus coming from?
So we've been able to very successfully keep some of our project costs down over time. There have been opportunities where we've been able to either do some types of preventative maintenance instead of a full replacement for the projects that had been listed that extend the life of, like, say, the boilers at West Mercer. And those savings add up over time. So we do have sufficient funds in the capital projects. Another thing to remember is that the timing of the billing cycles and the completion of the projects, some of these funds will be coming into the next fiscal year and start into that. So we have sufficient funds within the capital projects.
And not coming from our, or only, I mean, coming from our new, no.
Most of it will be coming from the old levy, some of it will be coming from the new.
Okay.
I have a question, which is, was it Amanda that spoke towards the beginning of the meeting? She mentioned the need for like a changing room or some kind of like additional facility to make it more kind of like a genuine home base for the teams. Is there, that's not currently in the plan, I know.
It's not, and I'll be honest with you, that was breaking news to me tonight. So I think that's something we can, we could probably have some conversation with the existing buildings and see if there's a way that we can come up with something, but that's not in our current plan that we have as of right now.
Okay.
I think that's the first I heard of that too, and the restroom down there probably could use a refurbish, so.
And as Ian or Ty had mentioned, the city has what do they call it, park and recreation.
Yeah, they've got
a pros plan that had money in it to do some upgrades on the different park facilities as too. So I'm hoping that we can then talk partnership with them as to make some of those upgrades and definitely work together.
That would make sense.
So, and just for one clarification, the facility, and I can't remember, someone made mention of it, the facility does not sit on an elementary campus.
Right.
And the playground is part of a park playground. It's not the elementary playground. So I just wanted to make sure that.
Is the city contributing towards any of this?
At this point, we haven't entered into that conversation as far as, looking at the construction costs as we look at them today. What we have talked about is looking at some, obviously help with the permitting and the SEPA in the process. And also, whether it's the city or some other private clubs that are using it, we're looking at the possibility of taking a donation such as like a lacrosse safety fence. So there would be, some donations like that rather than a cash donation towards the project.
And then, sorry, what the teams that will be using this, what are those teams doing now? Are they using other fields, or do we see an expansion of sports on the island?
No, what we're doing is some very creative scheduling and some very creative field use at our high school. And sometimes our current JV field is split instead of playing north-south, we'll break it in half. We just bought an extra 1 soccer goal so we can break that and play a short field and run east-west. Same thing with the JV field. We also get very creative in our stadium and we have split practices. There'll be times that certain sports that need the lights might practice earlier on the grass field and then switch down to the turf field. And then football or one of the others, then we'll go up to the grass field for the second half of their practice. So it's really it's a chess game.
So we originally in our capital fund projects, we budgeted $1.5 million for the JV field.
Originally, yes.
And
that was what, almost 6-7 years ago when that was proposed.
Yeah.
The cost of doing that
It's gone up. Yeah.
Significantly, it's more than double now to do the same thing. But what we're looking at would provide so many more solutions.
No, I appreciate all that. I guess I'm wondering, how did we budgeted 1.5 million, but we saved up 5 million in the fund?
Well, another piece.
So how did that, how did we save that much?
So part of it, so some of it is, part of it is timing of when we do capital projects. We budget a certain amount every year. And a lot of that hits another year. The other part is, as I mentioned, we've been able to be very thrifty and extend the life of our projects and our assets to keep us going without having to do some larger projects. Because I think one of the things that we've been looking at over time is the long-range facility master plan in terms of, do we replace the roof at Island Park with a 25-year roof when we know that potentially we're going to be going out to a bond in 5 years? And that doesn't necessarily sound great. So instead of doing a 25-year roof at the middle school, which would have cost us, what, $4 million? We did a 10-15-year roof at the middle school in the old classic building for about $500,000. So it's looking at the life cycle of some of these projects, and do we really need to do all of this now? Or can we do half of it now and push off some of it later? Some of the funds in the capital projects will also come from technology resources that we may not have been fully utilizing because we've been able to either push it off or keep maintenance going, or look at evaluating new systems. But we are constantly looking for opportunities to use those funds.
I guess and Tam, you're next. Can I just kind of follow up on this really quickly to just say, I guess the concern is, you kind of half answered the question I'm about to ask already, which is to say that sometimes you can push things forward so much that they kind of become moot, and then we don't have to do them because, say, we're getting a new building or something, right? But the concern is, like, if we spend money that we've set aside, for example, in the instance of the boilers, like sooner or later, those boilers are going to have to be replaced. So we don't want to spend all our money on, a field and then be like, oh, whoops, we don't have money for the boilers now. Yeah.
And remember, when we build the levee, we work off our maintenance plan.
Yeah.
Right, and the maintenance plan is a snapshot as we look forward in time. These are the things that should be wearing out in 10 years. So we plan for it and we set the money aside. Well, and giving the maintenance guys credit, we have original boilers at our elementary school that had a 15-year life expectancy. And here we are 25 years down the road, and these things are still running like a top. So yeah, of course, we're going to set that money aside, but as we cycle through, I mean, we're continuing to see. So, the maintenance plan is a great tool for us to build these levees, but sometimes it just doesn't come to be. So then, being the good stewards of the funds, we want to put them towards, the right things, which is security vestibules and all these things that weren't on our levees, but we were able to do with the monies left. And Director D'Souza, one of your other questions on cost. Regulations change as well. When we built the levee 7 years ago for the JV field, there wasn't a lot of discussion about the Department of Ecology and the drainage and all of this. And in the last couple of years, that has totally changed, which basically took us out of the ballpark for the upper north field. So the cost was just going to be astronomical to have to do that. So
that's very helpful. Thank you. Tam, what was your question or comment?
Yeah, well, I really appreciate this conversation, and that we're being really fiscally responsible to make sure that, this is a big shift from the original plan to what we're doing now. And I appreciate, Ty, that you explained how, and I think this is how we need to be able to communicate to our community, that because we've been making good decisions on some of your maintenance projects, how we do have this pot of fund available to capitalize on now. And so hearing this being, being processed and being conversation, I think it's really helpful for community to hear. And also, but from our thought exchange, seeing that there is support. And now with support and being physically sound, I think it makes our project a lot stronger. I really appreciate the young lady who came and talked about the home field and all that. And I totally believe we should do all those things as well. And so that's my question is, have we in the past with projects, with the money that we have from our levy that we have dedicated to the plan, but with all those extras that we need, have we partner with, and I think you kind of mentioned this, with other groups to do other fundraising to add to this, to kind of add on all the things that we haven't planned for?
No, we've been able to do all of these additional projects in-house because we've been able to look at, and the maintenance plans are just essentially, it's a schedule. We're anticipating these things happening, but as Tony said, these things may not happen because of our preventive maintenance efforts, or because we're looking at different options on how we can do something potentially cheaper. So we've been able to do a lot of these things in-house using all of the levy funds that we receive because of some of the choices that we've been making. And again, priorities change during the 6 years. 6-year window is a very long time to create a single specific set of plans. And if the district doesn't have the ability to be flexible in how we're adjusting to these plans or the demands or needs, we would be having leaky roof still at the middle school, or we would not have secure vegetables or the secure entrances at all of our buildings. So our ability to adjust and adapt the levy plan as we move along gives us a lot of flexibility on how we do the maintenance for the district and how we respond to some of these needs as they come up.
I think it's really important to note that we have applied for many grants for different projects, the pool being one, a great example of, we did allocate a certain amount of dollars, but then because our team was able to go out and seek grants and get them, the amount of levy dollars, so to speak, that were spent then became less because the grants backfilled that. There's other grants that.
Did we get a King County grant for the baseball field? Wasn't that in partnership there? We got part of that.
Sound energy.
Was that PSU?
There was something.
For the baseball field. I'm
So
not
some
sure.
of the dollars that have been.
The city
given out.
got.
Oh, right.
This is super helpful. This is super helpful.
Can I-
Background for everybody. Yeah.
So I'm a softball player. Let's just be clear on that. But regardless, I think what I wanted is, first of all, thank you guys. I know the hundreds of hours that you put into this. You met with the student groups, you met with faculty and the coaches, and thank you for that. And also in terms of the thought exchange, I think that's really important for the process. When the thought exchange came out, I think one thing that we're not highlighting enough is I have not seen the level of excitement across the community for a project that we can do together that's going to benefit everyone in a really long time. And we really, really need this right now. The excitement, from the little guys, on the Little League and MIFC, the little soccer players and the lacrosse club. And I think that's a great way of doing it, is having them donate, different accessories, whether it's netting or fences or whatever it might be. We need this for our kids right now. They need to feel valued. They need to know that we're, trying to get them out of, this. We need them outside playing like kids should be doing. And I think this is really great timing, and appreciate that. I know the softball players, or at least lots of them, were very focused on wanting to be on campus, and then really sitting down with you, Tony, and explaining, here are the benefits. And really the only negative of South Mercer is that it's not on campus, which is a negative, but it also has other positives because it's going to be better community access. But I'm really excited about this. I think we can't say enough about the social emotional impact this is going to have on our community. It's, there's so much negativity out there, and this is just positive that people can really just be excited about a project. It's gonna happen quickly. And I mean, when people were asking me like timing, I'm like, oh no, like this summer, right? Or summer or fall is the goal.
That's our goal.
And just the excitement is overwhelming. So thank you for helping us kind of dig out of this flow in life.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo that, I think the excitement is definitely visible. I think it's a great project. I do think, because you said it's in a city park, that we should lean very hard on the city. I think for the restrooms for that to be on their dime, I think that's more than sort of a fair division of like resources and finances. And because it isn't in the school, it is in a city park. I mean, to make that very clear that the district and the city should be working hand in hand on this. And I think it should be a very clear and strong message that unless someone like convinces me otherwise, that the city should be funding in a meaningful way the renovation of those restrooms to be appropriate for the sports facility that the school district will be paying for when it comes to sort of the capital that the city can do their part.
No, and we can definitely make a strong suggestion to them that they look at that. Obviously, that's their project, that's their levy money, that's their, they have their own board that is, or council that's giving that direction. So, but we can definitely share those concerns with them when we meet with them as they've been very good with reaching out to us for ideas and feedback. So we can definitely share that feedback and hopefully they can make some efforts.
Can we be clear, this is city property or
It's
school?
It's school district property.
You said you call it city property. I'm sorry, okay. So it is school district property.
But it's a
Correct.
city park, no?
It's
No.
Oh,
school
it's
property.
and okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
With a park.
I don't think most
City
people realize
manager.
that.
But it's city.
Yeah, it's school district property, but the community benefits from it. This is a community bond raising we've been talking about. The community expects access to it. I know we've closed out the school fields for security purposes. These will remain open and scheduled by the community. I think it is important that I would agree with Dan, despite this not being city property, that it's important that we have something arranged with the city to fund key portions of this. The other question would be, is we've got what I think about our buildings are, $1 billion almost, $750 million of building investments. What do we think our athletic and field investments are around our district? Do we have a number on that, out of curiosity? And was it all paid for by the school?
I'm not 100% sure I understand that.
So in terms of,
Well, this is like
in terms of like what's the district's over the last 20, 30 years, in theory, what have we as a district spent on athletic facilities? Overall,
Specifically, outdoors, fields.
Fields,
Not-
specifically
not
fields.
yeah.
I'd say we're in the neighborhood of what, maybe 4 or 5 million?
For our stadium field, we replaced our stadium field now, or our third turf out there, which is $1 million of give or take. But I'm not sure, Director D'Souza, are you mentioning like Island Crest Park being part of that conversation?
Yeah, I
You said
think so.
city field, so that's not something that we take
Anything
part in.
we
or-
maintain and build.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some research on that.
And we don't maintain
Yeah.
anything other than school property, and when I say that, and to clarify that, we don't maintain South Mercer playfields, even though it is school property, that's.
And we didn't build those fields either.
No,
So really, our investment in the South Mercer field is a $5 million field. We've probably got about $5 million in the stadium.
correct,
We've got a few $1 million at each of the schools.
tennis courts.
That's the way I
Tennis
should think
courts.
about it. The tennis courts, probably another 5 million, 3 million. So
Over
we're
the
thinking
years.
about a $20 million investment in fields compared to about $750 million in buildings. I see.
Back of the napkin now.
Back to-
Yeah.
Yeah. So final question, we saved all this money and we're embarking on a field. There could have been many other things we could have built. how did we, you know, who knows, right? So parking lots or whatever, you know, I don't know, right?
So-
We could have polled the community, we could have crowdsourced the community.
So sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. You got my question.
Yeah, I get your question. As we build a levy plan, and as we build a plan every year for the capital projects fund, we look at the maintenance plans and derive, Tony has how many binders of 30-year plans?
Lots.
So many like maintenance plans down to like the faucet level for a lot of the buildings. And so a lot of the work that we do in planning the levy and in planning the annual budgets is looking at, okay, you know, like this year, we think that we're gonna have to do a whole lot of water faucet replacements to deal with the lead water testing. You know, we've kicked the can down the road on striping the parking lots. That has to be done. Part of it is part of the TDMP, the Transportation Management Plan. They have to maintain so many stripes for so many stalls at the mega block.
Can't we just have the senior parents come out and draw on them when they're?
I wish, but then we have like 30-foot stalls, right? I know my parents would have done that for me. But we do take a look at not just the facilities plan, but also the state of some of the things that we're looking at. There's a number of projects that we've done recently that aren't on the list, including fixes to the roof outside the ceramics, the kiln room, that needs to be fixed so that kiln room access could stay dry. There's ventilation work that we've been doing in the band rooms at the high school. We're currently evaluating the lights and sounds in the PAC as part of a technology upgrade within the PAC. We're currently in the talks of looking at modifying one of the rooms in the high school to do the culinary program. That's about a $600,000 outlay that we're looking at. We're also looking at redoing the library at the high school currently. So there are a lot of things that as things pop up, interest is generated by the buildings and the conversations that we have in the buildings. The more that we can communicate with them, and I meet with buildings on a regular basis, and so does Tony. A lot of these things do pop up. We do have ability to generate some of these options.
Well, as needs change, you know, we have, as the idea comes to us 6 years down the road, the need changes a little bit, right? Similar to the tennis courts, you know, we saw a chunk of money put into the tennis courts on the last levy. Well, as that plan develops to really understand what it's going to take, and again, going back to the DOE and some of these other changes, that's why we had to roll that through. It doesn't mean that money is gone. We're asking for the same money again. We're asking for an additional chunk to go towards that, so then we can do the project right for the first time. So,
and one other, I mean, part of the reason that the last two levies have been really successful, and after community members, is that we've included the pool because it's a community asset. Both elections, because so many people use it, and if we continue to support these community assets, it'll be, we'll continue to be successful in what we're doing. But one of the things that we've been talking about lately is, as we're kind of starting to look forward to the future, and some of these conversations are popping up, is we've spent 2 levies working on Mary Way Pool because it needs it. Once we've kind of buttoned up Mary Way Pool extensively, hopefully we will get this King County Parks grant. Inside Pool says we're very favorable to get a planning grant, which would indicate that we're very favorable to get the actual construction grant. If we do get it, we'll be able to spend $4 million on the pool. That's exteriors, that's fire suppression systems, which are now code. That's something else that nobody planned on. And then upgrades to locker rooms, the lobby, those kind of things. Once that's kind of buttoned up and done, we can start looking at other larger assets within the district that are community resource items. I mean, our buildings are used on a daily basis by the community, and we can definitely be taking a look at some of these other things, like we're upgrading the lights at some of the pack. Maybe there's a few other things we can do with the pack that can. Upgrade.
I appreciate that. I appreciate these questions. I mean, these answers. And I also think that the community has given us effectively $200 million, $100 million for the 2016 bond, probably another $100 million between the local levy and capital and technology projects levy over the last 10 years. That's $200 million. We are giving back about, 4 million, 5 million for the pool, plus 5 million for this field. 10% of that funds is used by the community, which is an interesting number as well, which is a little perhaps a low side, maybe. I don't know, it's 5% going back to the community and 95% for schools. But is what we should be spending. Yeah, they were for schools.
But I also just want to say, I really appreciate like the thought that you put into all of this and all the hard work. And I appreciate the answers to these questions, which I think gives the community more context for kind of understanding how this money gets spent, since everyone's got the levy kind of fresh in their mind, I also really like that you use the thought exchange for this, because it's, first of all, very, as a non-sports playing person, it's very helpful for me to hear how people in the community think about this field choice, right? Like, I have to admit, the first time that I saw both of these options presented, I was like, this is literally Greek to me. I have no clue. I have never been to a game at either of these fields. Like, I guess I need to learn about this stuff, right? So for me, it was very helpful to see what the community thinking, but it also helps us to avoid making a misstep. It helps us to avoid being like, yes, let's do this South Playfield, and then have everyone in the community be like, oh my God, that was such a terrible decision because X, why didn't you ask us, right? So I just would encourage you guys to keep doing that. Like, so once you do get through the stuff with the pool, it's like, let's do lots more of this. Like, let's hear what people, what's on everybody's wish list, and what's not just what's on their wish list, but what's on their wish list that also aligns with like our priorities for students and our priorities for the district and continued social and emotional recovery for students, right? So like, where are students finding their kind of home, like was discussed earlier, where do they feel comfortable, where are they able to connect with other students and with teachers and so forth. So like, for a lot of kids, that's the arts, right? That's the theater, that's whatnot. So just keeping all of this in mind simultaneously, kind of as you move forward, getting through your punch list and kind of setting up the next week.
Maybe we can get you to throw out the first pitch if we go through.
Oh my God, if I throw out the first pitch, you're like rolling like 5 feet in front of me, unless you give me a chuck it, like.
No.
So,
Social media content.
Yeah.
so today, I think you're just looking for us to give kind of like a general consensus, like this is not a vote, this is not an action item. So, I mean, I think we seem to be hearing support for this option. I certainly think this sounds like a really reasonable option, both for the community, for, the softball players, for the other teams that are going to be able to use it, I've heard from a lot of friends that live in that neighborhood that they're excited about it, so, I mean, you have my like nod and noises of approval. Tam, we can't see your body language from Zoom.
Oh, like full disclosure, I have a soccer player and a baseball player. So we're down there all the time, and I can totally see the community using this. And I've been hearing actually about the one for many, many years ago. And I'm actually really, really proud to be at this place where I can support it. So I think this is really, stuff like Deborah said, something that the community is really looking forward to. And we are doing our due diligence to make sure that we're spending money as wisely as possible. So good job. Thank you.
I think it's interesting, except for the city to somehow put some skin in the game on this. I think that's a good obstacle to try and make this a real community bond raising.
And we have a meeting with the mayor and the city manager coming up too. So
One thing to remember as well is after this project is done, the city is going to be maintaining this facility, right? It's not the district that'll be fluffing the.
And they
fluffing the
collect
building
fees for that.
And
So that-
collecting the fees, and so there is day-to-day operation that they do, so in a way to look at it, they do have skin in the game, right? Because they are maintaining this facility.
But isn't that neutral? They collect they collect the fees and then go back into maintenance. I mean, that.
Well, but yes and no, but those fees also go back in to replace the field, right? There's a sinking fund there that's where a lot of that money goes into. So it's not, it's not necessarily a net zero. Cleaning of the bathrooms, there's a lot of their park maintenance that goes on that facility besides just the turf field. So irrigation costs for the rest of the grass. I mean, that is a, water's not cheap. So there's, and the irrigation is an ongoing maintenance. So if you look at it that way, there is some skin in the game. I am totally hearing what you all are saying, and I will definitely take that back to the table to try to get some other improvements from their plan. As Director Dan mentioned, with the restrooms and things like that. So, but they're not skinless. They're skin in the game.
Yep. Okay, I think that is what we've got, and we're gonna take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break.
Thank you for prolonging your break.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
5-minute break.
Okay.
We are recessing until 8:40. Okay, good to go. Okay. Thanks, everyone. We are back in session. We are moving on to our next item, which is Board Policy 1800 OE10 Instructional Program Accelerate Math for the Elementary to Middle School Transition.
So in the public content area of the agenda, there is a fairly lengthy description of the presentation that Dr. Rundle, and I believe he has some others. I'm sorry, I can't see them all, but he will introduce them as they come in, who will go through the math trajectory or pathway.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent Kolaski. I want to welcome in colleagues and educators from our middle school and our elementaries. We have Chris Coughlin-Ray, who is an instructional coach working in our elementaries this year. Aaron Miller, associate principal at the middle school. Elizabeth Holland, who is a 5th grade teacher teaching and highly capable at Lake Ridge Elementary. Megan Isaacson, the principal of West Mercer Elementary. Lisa Beanstalk, who is an instructional coach at Lake Ridge Elementary, and Lauren Dolby, who is a math teacher at the middle school. In 2018-19, we started on a multi-year project called, really around a 5th through 12th grade math review. And when we set out, really what we were looking at is the essential question of, are the instructional materials and the options and pathways available meeting the needs of all students? And through the work that first year, we identified that instructional materials in particular areas of our programming needed updating. Out of that, then we had the 6-8 adoption, which took place in the evaluation was 1920. Implementation was last year, and so we're in our second year of implementation. We're also in the midst of a K-5 review, looking at new instructional materials, and we're also really heavily evaluating at the high school our algebra, geometry, algebra 2 sequencing, which is now starting to turn into further conversations around what are those other options for students after algebra 2. In 2019-20, in addition to the adoption process, we really started working on the 5th to 6th grade transition and looking at those pathways. We really wanted to take a look at how students are accessing accelerated math in particular, and what are some of the barriers, barriers for our students, either because of the lack of on-ramps or off-ramps. Last year, despite the impact of COVID-19, we went ahead and implemented our new EdGEMS curriculum in the middle school. And then we started to turn our attention to our 5th graders, looking at making sure that we're not negatively impacting them because of either lost instructional time or other impacts from COVID-19. And so tonight, and what's in the board report tonight is really a summation of the challenges we're facing, but also the opportunities that we have. And so we're bringing this forward tonight after many weeks and months and even years, as I just laid out, really trying to think thoughtfully about how we transition our students and what pathways are available in the middle school. So far, you heard public comment tonight, which is what this was supposed to help generate, to be able to gather input. Also want to gather input from you as a board to ask us questions and probe our thinking. But we want to be able to share from multiple perspectives in our district how we kind of arrived where we did. So with that, let me go ahead and share our presentation. It is a presentation that we have continued to work on and tinker with, and that's really because it is a work in progress and we're trying to get the very best we can. So I'll go ahead and share my screen. Let's see if it'll come up. Aaron, what is that saying? I can't.
It's a double click, which I'm doing. Into full screen mode, but it's not helping. It says that you've started sharing. Hold on.
Started again.
Yeah. It doesn't show that you're sharing.
Can you share it off of that computer?
Looks like it can.
If you go to. Can you go to board, if you go to board docs? To the math one. It's a link. Go ahead, yep. And then if you scroll to the bottom, there's a link that says click here. All right, we'll go ahead and use this then.
Yeah, but I gotta go back to Zoom and share my screen, right?
Yes.
Thank you. So with that, I want to go ahead and welcome in, why don't I turn it over, Lisa, to you, and Aaron, you're going to have to advance slides. Go ahead and advance to the next slide.
Thank you so much. I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Rundle and Superintendent Kolosky for letting me pursue this opportunity for our students of Mercer Island. This has been very close to my heart, having 3 boys work their way through middle school at IMS, all on accelerated path, but having gotten there in different ways. I have one student participating in the high cap program, one who had opted in to the accelerated program, and another one who had tested in 5th grade. So 3 different on-ramps, having 3 different experiences. So this was something was really important that would be equitable for all of our students moving forward. So meeting the needs of our students, we want students when transitioning from one math class to the next to encounter rigorous learning experiences at their assessed level, demonstrating instructional proficiency. This will make them successful to meet high expectations and demonstrate proficiencies in both the mathematical content standards, but also the standards for mathematical practices. And both of those are linked there, which will direct you right to the standards that we follow and practice as instruction teachers. I guess next
Aaron,
slide.
why don't you go ahead and move to the next slide, please? So one of the things, so I've been at IMS for, I believe, 17 years and in charge of the math program. I think long enough where your previous discussion, when I first started IMS, the field behind the school is sand. So it wasn't grass, it wasn't turf, it was sand. So that shows you how long I've been there. And throughout my time there, some of the themes that we continue to hear from families are these 4 that you see on the screen. I'm just gonna talk briefly about them. Obviously, we all want to make sure that kids are appropriately placed in math. Somebody mentioned earlier, I can't remember if it was board comment or from one of the directors about appropriate stretch. And we want to make sure that people have appropriate, just one second. Have appropriate stretch in their math. We got a dog going crazy, sorry. So we obviously want to make sure that's the case and that's for kids who might be accelerated, that kids might, or for students that might need remediation, but we want to make sure everybody has that appropriate placement in math. We also want to make sure that that kids are in a position where they can get where they want to be or they feel like they need to be without skipping content. For most kids, our teachers would say that skipping content can pose a challenge. Maybe not immediately down the road, but someplace down the road. So we want to try to figure out how we can get kids where they want to be without skipping math content. As Fred mentioned earlier, we want to really look at those on ramps and off ramps. Our kids, our students being able to get into an accelerated program, if that best fits their needs, but also what happens if a kid is not thriving as well as they should be in a program. So how can we provide them on ramps and off ramps? And number 4 is something that we understand as a community desire, And around middle school, people start thinking a lot more about sort of the math progression. And if we think about a high school progression, a lot of our community members want students to be in calculus as a senior. That's a value to a lot of our members of our community. So if you work backwards from that, that involves taking algebra for most kids in 8th grade. And so there's a real desire to do that. So we want to try to provide an opportunity for as many kids as possible to be in algebra in 8th grade. So that's not a barrier for them down the road. So those are some interests that along the way that I've heard, and some of these changes that we're going to be sharing with you tonight are trying to help with these interests. Fred, I think you're next.
Publication that came out from the National Association for College Admissions Counseling. Actually, I've just received it from a colleague this morning. It really talks about, the title of it is A New Calculus for College Admissions. And the conversation is really picking up around what are those options as students get into higher level math, and is calculus overinflated with importance and to the detriment of other options? And so there's lots of conversation taking place, but I think Aaron speaks to an important point, and that is that many of our students are either choosing or feeling that they're missing out, or that they've got to get onto an accelerated pathway because of calculus. And what I want to help everyone else remember is our high school team is actually working on other options into high school, and that hopefully it's not just about calculus, that there's data analysis, data statistics, and other really supportive courses for our students. But with that, we are committed to providing multiple pathways, making sure that, as Aaron said, that there's a readiness there. We want to make sure that there's access, and that there isn't just that between, somewhere in elementary I have to accelerate. It should be when a student is ready. And that might be in elementary for some, but it's middle school for others, and it's high school. But there's also times when people realize this isn't the pathway that I really want to be on, and I've discovered other interests. How do I not, or how do I kind of move off and have a different off ramp, if you will, so that I can pursue other interests? And when I get up into higher level classes, I'm taking the ones that I'm really interested in. So those are a couple of other commitments that we have as we continue to come up with courses. So our firm goals, and I won't roll through all of these, but our firm goals is that everyone's demonstrating mathematical proficiency, and that they're being challenged, that we are offering multiple means for that with on-ramps and off-ramps. But we're really committed back to the values that we have in our district of rigorous and challenging learning for all of our students, and then equitable access as well. So Aaron, you want to talk about the kind of the just bottom line changes at IMS?
Sure. So the 2 high level changes you're going to see tonight from IMS is really there's 2 things. Although it looks like a lot more, there's really 2 main changes. And one is we're proposing to change our course titles. Right now in IMS, in our general education math program, we have 7 different classes, and 5 of those classes in their course titles actually have grade levels. And that putting grade levels in course titles can actually be a barrier to make sure that kids either are remediated or accelerated based on their needs. So that's one thing, is we're proposing some course title changes. And then you'll notice, and this came up in public comment, you'll notice that we are proposing to add a compacted math course. in the 2023 and 24 school year. So not next year, but the year after. And that's really addressing the sixth graders that are going to be coming in next year. We feel like adding that the following year will provide us time to make sure our curriculum is ready to roll, make sure that we've made sure that kids that are going through that program are having a similar experience and being prepared for algebra to kids who aren't in that but are ready for algebra. So those are the two main changes. You'll see that it looks like, I wanted to have this slide because it looks like a lot more than it is. But I also want to say that what you're going to see in the next couple slides, I want to be clear that this is going to apply to about 90% of our kids. There are additional paths that you're not going to see tonight that will address the 3 to 5% of the kids that might need more remediation, and also the 3 to 5% that might need additional acceleration. Because we do realize that there are kids that are going to need more acceleration. Their readiness is higher or faster than other kids. So we do have other charts that we can provide and information we can provide about those other pathways. But what you're going to see is the general education pathway that's going to fit for about 90% of our students. So I wanted to be clear on that.
Thanks, Aaron. I want to bring in Lauren Dolby. Lauren was instrumental in the adoption of EdGems. And she's also been at the center of the launch at the middle school, interfacing with the publisher, professional developers, and she's really been steering the ship. So Lauren, welcome in with your voice.
Thank you. Thank you for having me tonight. I'm really excited about these changes and I'm happy to talk more about them. So as you see on the screen that there are 3 different pathways, pathway A, B, and C. So the first pathway, pathway A, a student in 6th grade could take course 1, and then in 7th grade take course 2, and in 8th grade take course 3. And as you can see below each of those textbooks, they're aligned to the 6th grade Common Core standards, 7th grade and 8th grade. Then pathway B would be the new pathway that introduces the compacted math course. So in 6th grade, they would take course 1. And then in 7th grade, they could take the compacted course, which is combining 7th and 8th grade Common Core standards into 1 year, so that in 8th grade that they can take algebra. And then pathway C is kind of what has been happening with the accelerated math, which is taking course 2 as a 6th grader, and that 7th grade standards in 6th grade, and then course 3 as a 7th grader, and then algebra as an 8th grader. One thing to note here is those algebra textbooks are kind of placeholders. Those aren't our current adopted curriculum, and the high school is in the process of figuring out their next steps with curriculum.
I have questions about the pathways. Does it make most sense to ask those questions, like as this relevant slides? Sure. Up here? Yeah, so one question I have for pathway C, that would be presumably for the most advanced of, the more standard learners. Wouldn't the compaction course sort of be fitting for those, since they've already demonstrated an aptitude, so that the course C, you would expect as a 6th grader, maybe a combined course 2, 3, then algebra in 7th grade, then geometry in 8th grade? I mean, it just seems like if you're already the strongest.
It'll depend on the learner. And I think that's where, to Aaron's point, that this doesn't capture all of it. So there's still an option that's not shown on this tonight. And I think even in the next one that Chris is going to speak to, there's still that pathway where geometry is an option, which that would be another option.
But I guess what I'm saying is when we're identifying path A, B, and C, C of these standard pathways are the strongest learners. So it seems intuitively to me that the strongest learners would be best suited for compaction. So it's a little perplexing in looking at these pathways, just intuitively, path C seems that you would see compaction in 6th grade.
So I can address part of why we have the pathway C. The main reason we have that is because those would be the students who are currently in high cap. So in high cap, they are already in accelerated math in 5th grade. So our current 5th graders in high cap are taking course 1. And so we needed a pathway for students who were in high cap who had already accelerated in 5th grade to then move on to course 2 and as 6th graders, there will be an option for other students to take a proficiency test to see if they can be placed into that course. But the main reason is that they simply accelerated earlier because of the high cap program. So that's the main reason we have that. And then as Fred addressed, there are those other pathways that aren't shown for those exceptional learners.
So many of those, so let me go back on that. So many of the learners that you're talking about actually accelerate through, and while skipping content isn't desirable for most students, there are some. So some of those students then might move through, others may not. And so I think our best thinking now, since this isn't, we're really not going to ramp this up till 23, 24, is that's the type of feedback of should we be considering in that, and what would that look like as a different pathway?
Because, I mean, I guess what causes me concern is when I hear a response that says, that's the next course because that's what they took previous, rather than aptitude and what to me strikes me as more common sense. Compaction takes like a higher level of learning, that you're able to learn more materials in 1 year, right? So to me, when I'm thinking of what are the most capable learners, those are that are going to be well suited to compaction, which I think is even a further question of should we see compaction at more points rather than just this one proposed point. But certainly if we have it for sort of the middle path, right? It seems like we should have it for those that are the strongest. And then two, I would say like, you know, Bellevue School District, their standard
I'm
path.
gonna call time out on this, like, it's already 9 o'clock, we've got to let them get to their presentation, so if you want to ask
Okay.
a clarifying question,
Yeah,
like, just
and
first,
maybe-
that's fine, but otherwise. we're
And then
down.
I can send like an email, and I think maybe going forward, when there's many questions, like maybe the best way would be to have written questions that become part of the public record. But recognize the time, but I do have many questions.
Yeah.
Regarding these pathways.
Can I add something real quick? Because when I was the public comment, I believe it was Mike Westover that had, I think, similar questions to you, Director Glowitz, about that compacted pathway. And I was listening keenly to what he had to say. And I think that's one thing that we would like some feedback on at some point in time is there, so what the interest that we've displayed is getting as many kids to algebra as possible. But is there also an interest to get more kids into geometry in 8th grade at IMS? Because if we were to do that, as you're suggesting, which I think does have some value, that's going to place double the amount of kids probably in geometry, which they may be ready for. But that's, I think, some feedback at some point in time we'd like from the board is that the direction you want us to be going to? So, and you'll see on the next slide when we get there, and this is also brought up, I think, by Mike in the public comment, was, is there an arrow missing, or should there be more arrows than are already there? So that's something we can discuss too.
Yep, and I'll echo their idea of compaction as well. I think we've seen kids with a super strong aptitude for math, and to be able to give that to them is pretty key. And if we want to go into an engineering field, it actually helps that if you can have calculus in 11th grade and move on to higher level math, multivariable calculus, or anything like that in 12th grade, you're at an advantage when you get to college.
Yeah, and I actually have a question, and it's not one that I expected the answer to tonight, because I know that we're really only talking about through 9th grade here in this presentation, but there are a lot of kids that don't realize until they get to high school that they are interested in an engineering pathway, for example, interested in applying to engineering school, and that it would be really advantageous to them to have finished calculus by the end of 11th grade. So one question that I have for the future is, are there going to be multiple on-ramps kind of once you get to high school? So for example, is there a way to double up? Like geometry is not foundational usually for whatever comes after geometry. So could you, for example, take geometry and another math class at the same time? So that's a question, right? Geometry, thank you. So anyway, that's a question for us.
And there's work going on that, which will be down the road for sure.
Okay, sorry.
Is this pathway C, is that a mistake that under course 2, it says 7th grade? Shouldn't that be 6th grade? No.
No, that's because they've taken 6th grade math in 5th grade. That's right now for the high cap kids. that we're already 1 year ahead.
It's 7th grade standards, the CCSS.
Got it.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
but in sixth grade, they're taking that,
Yeah.
this is sixth, seventh grade,
Yeah.
okay.
And we do have, I mean, that pathway I still think has value because we do have students who, that is what they've developed other passions and while they've made, but to the point, what are some other options? This is great feedback.
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah,
Hi,
I'm here. Bill, I'm hanging in there. First of all, hi, Andrew.
Hi, Miss Renee.
Andrew was in my second 5th grade class that I ever taught. So I love seeing you here, Andrew.
Glad I'm able to hear you.
I think I got roped into this because I was drawing this as, taking notes, trying to figure out all these different pathways. And probably from my point of view, as a 5th grade teacher, my biggest concern was that there are enough pathways for kids to make choices when they need to make them, when they're developmentally right to do so. So to those points about having the ability to enter into course 2 and 3, if that's right for you, I would advocate for that. And I think that that's what this illustration sort of shows. And I think that that's pretty much, I can get real passionate about making sure kids reach their potential. And I think that that's should be our goal as a school district.
And this slide might illustrate a little more our previous conversation we were just having is should there be a bubble? If you see the bottom left-hand corner, the high cap 5 bubble that's drawn in there, should there be an arrow from that to the course 2-3 in a 6th grade? So creating a new box in 6th grade, course 2-3, should that be an arrow or a pathway? I think that's the question that's being asked. And in previous models, we did have that arrow there. We just weren't, we wanted to get your feedback on that before we solidified more of an arrow there. So that could be a way we decide to go. Reminder, that course won't start until 23-24 school year.
A third way then that we wanted to kind of show our thinking, just so that we were being transparent. Lisa, you want to walk us through these?
Sure. Oh, yeah, okay. I just wanted to say by the grade level. So in 5th grade, we are still teaching Common Core State Standards with exposure to the 6th grade standards. If you're familiar with the Common Core State Standards, you'll notice that certain years align better than others for compaction. And we tried in the last few years to compact 5th and 6th grade standards, and those standards do not align very well. 4th and 5th do beautifully, and so do 6 and 7. So you can see why EdGems had created this one compacted class that basically shrinks a good portion of that 7th grade Common Core Standards because it is repetitive, a little bit of that 6th grade, and then it's a good portion of that pre-algebra in that compacted class. So 5th grade does get some exposure to 6th grade. We really want students to have a strong foundation in those 6th grade Common Core Standards so that they can be successful in pre-algebra and the handful of new concepts that come up in 7th grade. So you can see that by the grade level, what students can encounter, and where 7th and 8th grade, you have some new choices where before, unless you were accelerated starting in that 5th grade, you were on a trajectory that was different if you were part of that 90% of a general ed student. So you kind of got stuck on this pathway. And now without having to show any kind of proficiency exam to accelerate, we're hoping that students who enjoy math, have a passion for math, can just choose that compacted class in 7th grade so they can reach algebra in 8th grade.
And then this shows,
Yeah, I
obviously,
believe Elizabeth's going to talk about this one because this is kind of right now the current path.
Yes. So this is the current model of what the high cap student and any rising 6th grader who passes the proficiency exam and shows proficiency in the 6th grade skills. This is the path they would take, that in 6th grade, they take the 7th grade standards, and then in 7th grade, they take the 8th grade, and then so that when they're in 8th grade, they take Algebra 1. This is currently the model that we're in.
So we have a question from Director Flux.
Yeah, I would just note the standard pathway for all students in the Bellevue School District is algebra in 8th grade.
Correct. And that's the hope. I mean, that becomes the standard, 100%.
and-
We weren't
and
going to take away the grade level for students who need to access that pathway as well, but we would like this pathway B to be our standard as well.
And in North Shore, 15% of their high cap is at 6th grade algebra.
Yes, okay, we really only ask questions, you guys.
And then Elizabeth, you want to talk about some students in the pathway?
Yes, if we move to the next slide. So every year and continuing into the future, there are methods for students to access a different pathway. So as long as there are proficiency exams, so they can test into the 8th grade standards when they're in 6th grade, or even algebra when they're in 6th grade. So those are there. And as a teacher at Lake Ridge, this is just my 4th year there, but every year the students who truly love math and would like to do this have followed that pathway to take the courses that they want.
I just ask, is that an exam that's given at the end of the year? Is it something a kid
Yes.
can opt into at any point if they feel like they're super bored in class?
It is one offered at the end of the year, at the end of the 5th grade year.
Yeah, so it'll be offered, I believe the date this year is June 1st, I believe. It's offered.
How many students are on this pathway this year?
Right now, there is about less than 10 6th graders in 8th grade math content. I do not know if there's any, there might be 1 or 2 algebra students in 6th grade. In fact, one just moved in that we tested when they moved in and moved into algebra as a 6th grader. So actually, that's actually one more pathway higher than this, but there's about 10 on this pathway right now. And then 1, if we were to create another slide with that even in more advanced pathway, there's 1 or 2 in that.
And by 8th grade, Aaron, you've typically had 1 full section of geometry.
Yeah, since I've been at IMS, I do not think we've ever had more than 1 class of 8th grade geometry. And usually that's not a class of 28. Usually that's a class between 17 and 25 typically. Yeah. And one of the things just to add to that, a lot of people will what we're trying to do is make sure that kids are going through our progression as much as possible. We want kids to be taking classes from our teachers. And sometimes in order to get to this pathway, some students will choose to go outside of the district to take a state approved course to get there. So not all of them start in 6th grade in this trajectory, but they move there through different methods as well.
For the sake of time, Lisa, why don't we, I think there's sufficient understanding of the compacting. And we have a lot in there. Why don't we go ahead and move to one more, Aaron, and one more right there. Why don't we go ahead, Aaron Miller?
I'm just trying to look at this slide real quick. It's on my screen. Sorry. Yeah, so we're not going to offer the course till the 23-24 school year. Our hope, as mentioned a couple slides ago, was that most of our students that start off in course 1 as 6th grade move to this compacted course as 7th graders and algebra as 8th grade. That to us is the default pathway to get most of our kids to algebra in 8th grade. You will see that there is a pathway for some kids that have not met standard, or maybe that's not an interest of theirs to get to algebra in 8th grade, or maybe they had some remediation earlier and jump into the path a little bit later. But the default pathway we view is 6th grade math 1, 7th grade compacted math 2, 3, and then 8th grade into algebra. So once again, our interest is to try to get as many kids that are ready to algebra as possible.
And lastly, we've started to assemble some resources. Chris, you want to take this away?
Oh, there we go. Okay. So part of what I'm doing is pulling in resources for people. And this is just one set of them that I use. And we're also pushing out all these resources to teachers. So all the teachers K through 5 are getting the resources to extend whenever they need to, as well as providing them for parents to look at. So I can talk about certain ones of them if you want me to, but I think everybody can. It's so late, we can get an idea just by looking.
So we can go ahead and stop the screen share and bring everyone back up. So our intent again is to be able to open conversation and gather feedback. We want to continue to meet the needs of as many learners as possible, providing options that don't require people to make choices in 4th grade. They might, but then they can also have choices as they start moving into middle school, and then conversations are being had at the high school level as well about what are we offering. So we will continue to present to different groups, gather feedback as we're moving through, and we welcome continued feedback from the board and direction there.
I think it's not just what we're offering, but what are we allowing kids to take? Because I don't think right now there's encouragement for kids to say double up on math classes, you know, at the high school and in 9th grade for a lot of reasons probably. But so those, it's 2 different questions, you know. I wanted to give some feedback as a parent, which is I actually find that the naming of these courses really confusing, because you're already talking about like what grade you're doing it in and how many years it's taking. And so using numbers for it is actually confusing. And it's not that I'm not a math person, because I kind of am a math person, but I would find it much easier if it was like course A, B, and C, or like just name it with what they're learning that year, you know, like, so we can all understand algebra versus geometry, like that. Just like, I think especially for parents who are not native English speakers, parents who moved from another country and aren't familiar with how we teach math para, like it also would be extra confusing. So that's fine.
Used to be pre-algebra, didn't it?
Right, like call it pre-algebra, call it, you know,
Tam's got that.
whatever. So,
Tam,
oh, sorry, Tam. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I really like the direction that we're going with this, and I appreciate knowing which classes, which grade levels could be easily compacted. You know, I think as a non-educator or non-math person, you wouldn't know, and you're like, why don't we just compact these things? And so that was really helpful. And even though I love the visual, you know, I kind of, you know, and I think people get stuck with the pathway, but Erin, what you were saying, that this kind of represent 90% of our students, and there are those who may have different pathways because they might need extra help, or there are those who are really accelerated. So when I look at this, I feel like we are just creating new compacted classes, and it's kind of a choose your own adventure-ish, right? And as long as what we have in there are what I'm hearing, and I want to clarify, are the testing, the proficiency. So I feel like that is probably the key to determining along the way, not just at one point, right? When at my whole choose your own adventure is like, if you pass, are we making sure that every year there are tests available for students to take to make sure that they are really sufficient, you know? And sometimes they could, you know, half a year later, they could totally, you know, learn by themselves. There's so much information out there. So so one thing I want to clarify is the testing is that I want to make sure that we have it readily available yearly for students to choose their own pathways. Another, I really appreciate the parents who gave the feedback today. Some of the ideas were really good. So I just want to put it out there because it's getting late. So, and this is a continuing conversation. What is the process that we've been getting parents' feedback in this? And so that would be good to know for the board, you know, how are parents, you know, because parents are really invested in this, and how are we pulling them in to help explain. And I think you mentioned this, Erin, but, you know, so I thought it was really making sure that we bring parents along with this. But one thing I want to ask is, I see that there's no accelerate, and this is, I know it's middle school. And by the way, my kid's really loving middle school. But I don't see, and maybe you can't answer this, but in the 5th grade, right? when my son was in 5th grade, he was able to do the 6th grade math. And I heard it was kind of not there anymore. And I have a 4th grader right now, so I'm not really thinking about 5th grade until, he actually passed, and then I'll think about that. But, so I wonder for those who are not in high cap, who naturally will go into, right? Because Sebastian was able to go into the math 2 in 6th grade. But for those who are maybe really good at math, but not in high cap, what are we doing at that 5th grade level? And I see this exposure, but I don't know, exposure seems, and what I'm hearing too, when you identify the problem might not be the kids, but the problem might be we aren't standardizing the way we're doing it, because it seems like certain schools are doing it well. So kind of asking us to really think about what are those schools doing well, and how can we systematize all that to make sure that our 5th graders are also getting that 6th grade, so it's just a natural progression, and it's not only available for high cap students.
Yeah, I can answer the proficiency part, then I'll throw it. I see some elementary colleagues on here. We do have proficiency assessments at each grade level. We are in the process of revising them to make sure they are accurately assessing the standards. And so specifically for the students in 5th grade this year, there will be a proficiency test to see if they understand the 6th grade standards and can move there, although it's going to be challenging because that's not the content that they were taught. And so to talk more about that, I will toss it to Megan or Elizabeth or Lisa to talk about kind of that 5th grade piece.
I think that I'll start it off with that. I think the first place we have to begin is, I think that's a central question to our math review as we start that process with the elementary instructional materials and looking at what that looks like. One of the things we did when we bought at GEMS is we purchased an entire set. We purchased materials for the 6th grade, that course 1. We purchased those for all of the elementary schools so that there would be access in our elementary schools with the curriculum that they would see in middle school. Those will continue to stay in the elementary schools. We will continue to have those so that we can embed them. One of the challenges that we definitely ran into, and Lisa and Chris, this is where I invite you in, the impact, and Megan, you were showing us data this morning from your 5th graders, the impact on the trajectory of math because of COVID and some of the progression really caused us to really need to slow down for many students and really solidify those 5th grade standards and maybe not progress as far into the 6th grade standards. We project that to be accelerating back out, but all of those materials are still in our 5th grade classrooms. Lisa, Megan, Elizabeth, and Chris, do you want to build on that from what you're seeing in the schools?
Well, I can say that I've been at the meetings with all the 5th grade teachers, and there is the need this year to strengthen their foundational skills. And we've heard consistently from the middle school that the kids who have the strongest foundation are the ones who have the most success. So that has been the focus. That said, students who have mastered the 5th grade standards are being exposed to the 6th grade standards. It does vary from school to school, just as it varies from student to student.
Two things that are sort of unrelated. One is I would caution us feeling like we need to be like the other guys. Our SBAC scores are about the highest in the state. So we're doing something right. And while we can always improve, and we should look to new things, we're doing something right. So I don't think we throw everything away and talk about what everyone else is doing, because either our Qs are a whole lot higher, which I don't believe, or we're doing something right. The other thing is, as a non-math person, even though I was through school, what I have trouble with is guiding my child and other kids when parents ask me. I think part of the presentation needs to go, if you want to be here when you're a senior in high school, are the choices that you're gonna make. I think it needs to be a fuller explanation. So like, I mean, we use our kids as examples. So my kid did accelerated math in 5th grade and then 6, 7, 8, you know, the same way. No interest in math. I made her do accelerated because the regular was too easy for her in 5th grade, but I also didn't make her do honors in 9th grade or 10th grade because it was not her thing. And she doesn't enjoy it. She doesn't want to do it. So now she's a sophomore and in algebra 2 and has no desire to take calculus and really no reason to at all. Statistics, yes, absolutely. So I guess my point is, by showing the different options and the endpoints as part of this, because I mean, I hear you. I think it's important that we give every kid the opportunity that they want, but is it what the parents want or is it what the student's looking for? And I, you know, when we're talking about a, you know, 9, 10, 11-year-old, like, yeah, we know the ones that really love it and they fly through it, and that's great. Give them the opportunity to do that and let them push themselves and provide that opportunity. But so much of it and the anxiety that our kids are feeling is because us parents want our kids to be doing better than we did. And I just, you know, there's a very, very small number. I mean, when we talk about the double accelerated kids, that's a really small group. And they are going to find their ways to do that regardless of what we do with an everyday curriculum. I guess, I mean, I love that this is happening. I love that you're looking at it. I would love to see you use end, like where are you exiting out of 12th grade? Because at this point, like my daughter is asking me, do I really have to take pre-calc? And I'm like, I don't know, shouldn't you have 4 years of math? I don't know. And so, you know, just the 4 years versus at this point, it's kind of like, well, make sure you have enough so colleges don't think you're slacking off rather than what levels you're getting to. And I honestly think that impacts way more kids than those who are taking calculus. Those who are taking calculus, for the most part, they're going to get there and they need to know what options they have. But we know that the small number of kids need to take calculus if they're doing math or engineering. And then the rest of them, are they really benefiting? I took 2 years of calculus and I say, I still don't even know what it is and I've never used it in my life. And more power to people who do it. That's fine. I'm not putting it down, but there's so few professions out there that need the calculus as opposed to the statistics, which is in all of the humanities classes and analyzing data and all that. I mean, that's so I just balance.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is we need to paint the picture so that families clear back in 5th and 6th grade, see what this trajectory looks like. And I think, you know, Lisa has her stories as a mom, Chris probably has her stories as a mom. I'm living with a junior in high school at Issaquah High School who's miserable because of his choices that he made. And he's got to live with some of those and maybe I didn't guide him very well, but I think it is a good reminder that we need to build out the full trajectory and look at, you know, what are college admissions trying to tell us around the courses. In the state of Washington, you only need 3 years of math to graduate. Colleges want to see 4 years. What do you do in that 4th year if you accelerated and then you find out that you don't really love math? We have that problem for some of our students. And that's what we're trying to also solve. We also have students who they want to go further and further and we're topping out. And so what do we do for those students too? It's a both and problem, but let's be very clear with our families early on so that a family isn't frustrated when they get to 10th and 11th grade because we didn't fully inform them when they were in 5th and 6th grade.
And just to chime in that, I don't think it's as simple as like some people just really love math, live, sleep and breathe math, and then everyone else just wants to kind of do the whole thing, because I think that there are some kids for whom it's really useful to do the acceleration. But if they're not those kids that love math and do it for fun, which there really are kids like that, right? Then when they're in, you know, 5th or 6th or 7th grade and somebody says, well, you qualify for this, do you want to accelerate? They may be like, why would I want to do like extra hard work? Like because it's not laid out for them, like this is the pathway, like this is what things will look like for you when you're a junior or senior, depending what kind of career you want to go into or whatever. So I wanted to say my main concern, like, I really appreciate this update. It's super helpful to really understand what the thinking that's going into kind of like patching up these gaps and sort of spackling it all over and making like a nice smooth pathway for people. My major concern is like how you're planning on bringing the parents along with this, because like students are the priority for sure, but like we won't get the students if the parents don't trust us to, you know, have the most you know, high quality education kind of across the board, which we hope we are providing them with. And this is such a tech heavy island, right? Like so many families here have, you know, sort of engineering programming type of parents, right? That they have very high standards when it comes to things like math. And then we have a significant number of families that come from other countries where the approach to teaching math is basically they cram as much math into children's heads for the first, you know, 5 or 6 years of education as possible. And so like I'm hoping that you'll be doing outreach to those families as well, you know, to make sure that everybody kind of understands like what's being thought of and that you get feedback from those families as well.
So the first layer is, you know, Director Prescott's already sent out the initial phases of information, and we'll continue that to nominate students who want to take the accelerated assessments in June. So making sure that everyone knows about those, is aware of those, and we assess as many students who want to assess. The other piece is we're a whole year ahead of time. So I applaud the educators who have hung on even tonight, because we're talking about a course that we're adding, which it seems it's one course, but it will have fundamental changes a full year in advance to start this conversation. So that we have the time to be able to get input and see where we're going. So that's all part of the methodology here, is to have these conversations. And there's already been a tremendous amount of thought that's gone into this, new information coming in from you, from public input. And then as we start to talk to superintendent teaching and learning advisories, as we start to have other forums where we can have these conversations, that's what it's all about.
I'll just add, no need to answer, but my comment would be, I feel strongly that the accelerated option isn't strong enough and well enough defined in this. I do think everybody getting to algebra in 8th grade is great. I do think that in the accelerated option, you might get to geometry in the 8th grade. And then I think it's wrong to think that because a student is accelerated, they will find calculus easy or whatever. These courses are going to be difficult, and they need a teacher who can teach them these courses. It's just not going to happen automatically. They are very capable of doing calculus in, say, 10th grade or 11th grade. But they need a teacher to be able to teach them, and they need the foundation to be able to do that. I wouldn't take it for granted that they'll fly through and discover it on their own. And if you're in engineering and STEM, and we need more people to be in that, you will take calculus probably 2 times before you really know it, once in high school and again in college.
That's certainly what came out in this.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna throw this out there in case anyone's not familiar with this concept, but there are also alternative forms of calculus, which I realize if people are focused on the AP exams aren't necessarily, I don't know whether they prepare you as well for the AP exams, but I took a class at the University of Washington that was called Calculus for Biology, and it was fascinating to me. As a person who doesn't understand engines, I always hated doing problems that were talking about pistons and volume and whatever, because I was like, I don't know how a car engine works, you know? Whereas learning about, like, you know, yeast in a petri dish was much more relevant to me. So.
And also, I like the statistics I use too.
Yeah.
So it's something other than AP statistics that's more approachable is also something we've talked about before. But yeah, just.
Tam, sorry, I see your hand is up. I apologize for always in if I don't see you behind you.
So when I think of a school system, our job is to offer the most, and I think Fred, you said this, the most options as possible. And, you know, then I'm assuming when you do these compacted classes, we're creating more classes. So that's, as we're thinking about this, then, and even like you said, in the fourth year in high school, if they need a 4-year. So I appreciate that you're thinking in that way and making sure that as we do our job to create all the options possible for the kids to take. And I do think it's our school system that we do try to challenge our kids, right? If I ask my kid to do whatever they want, really, they're not going to do anything, even though they're actually pretty good at math, right? And so, so it is kind of, so as I'm hearing David, there is a position, like, how do we not make this stressful, but how do we also create a culture that kids are leaning in, and how it becomes natural? Because, if we have good teachers and even though you're not a math person, but I think, anything you can learn, you find value in that. And so it's kind of, I get kind of when I hear people, I'm a math person, I'm a this person, I'm an English person, I'm whatever, I think we should really push our kids to really challenge themselves. And so it takes me back to the universal, the screening again, and I'm just going to put it out there again. Actually, I'm one of those parents that are horrible when you tell me that there's a date to take a test for my kids. I will always miss the date. So, and then from an equity standpoint, it's always the parents who have the time, it's parents who are in the know, right? And so as a system, what can we do to really identify students who may have a proficiency? Sometimes they don't know that they like certain things until really a teacher kind of tap them on the shoulder, say, hey, you're really good at this, have you considered? So, in our system, what are things in places that is beyond the testing opting in, that is could be an equity problem? And how do we make sure that we encourage and push, all of our students? So things to, they're kind of big question, you don't have to answer it, but I would push for more of a universal kind of screening regularly.
Just briefly on that, Tam, we've actually had some pretty lengthy discussions about that. And one side is, do we want to give a universal screening of content that kids might not have seen or experienced? Does that cause more anxiety for kids that aren't ready to not do very well? Does that make them feel not very good? So that's one side of the coin. What we're kind of thinking about is, once we get the list of who's signed up, to reach back out to the 5th grade teachers or reach out to families. We haven't quite articulated this, and say, maybe the teachers, who's missing from this list? Is there somebody that you're seeing that probably is a great candidate for this that you don't see on this list, and contacting them, those families, to try to nudge them forward, I think is an idea that we're floating around too. Because I agree the equity piece is huge. We don't want the people that are a little more savvy about dates and times and places to get an advantage more than other people. So it's definitely a conversation that we're having. I appreciate you bringing that equity piece up.
And I think even in the elementary school, we've done a really good job at identifying them starting in 3rd and 4th grade, who's on the radar, who's going to need challenging the following year. So we're having those cluster meetings now to already start thinking about, yep, I've already dug into the 4th grade curriculum a little bit. They've hit the standards, which ones have they learned, so we can continue on. So that's the beauty of elementary school. The teachers are able to collaborate with one another. We're familiar with each other's curriculums. We know the standards up and down. So I think in the elementary school, it's a perfect opportunity to really identify those students. And then by 5th grade, they have those transition meetings with the IMS. And hopefully we have all those kids on the radar.
I would like to add too, that I know as a 5th grade teacher, and my colleagues as well, if we hear a child say, I'm not a math person, we challenge that statement. Every child in my class has the capability of being a math person, regardless of whether they enter it thinking they are.
I'm going to just piggyback right on that. And I know Aaron's gotten emails from me advocating for some of my students to go into he's shaking his head, because I'm like a dog with a bone. If I've got a kiddo who really needs to accelerate, I'll fight for him. And I think most 5th grade teachers will.
And I want to say just the opposite of that is that my son was identified as highly capable when we moved here, and he was in 4th grade and was kind of on this train with a handful of students who were amazing mathematicians, but he followed their path and he found himself in an AP calculus class dying and not knowing that there was another choice. So, and taking 5 AP classes because his real aptitude was in English and history, and he's taking AP Econ. And now, but because he's on this other track, he also has to take the AP math class. So at some point, there would have been nice to know there would have been an off ramp, you know, right around 10th and 11th grade when he really found his aptitude. But in 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, he was just highly capable. You gave him stuff to do, he could reproduce it. But when you get to those higher level math concepts, you really have to love and what you're doing and want to learn more. And he kind of tapped out, but it's kind of stuck. So I appreciate having some off ramps as well.
And the one final thing I would say is Jamie Prescott, who just messaged me reminding us that we will have SBAC tests. I know that doesn't test the grade above, but it is another data point that we can use to triangulate who might have data to support placement in certain classes.
Thank you.
Real quick question. When are we going to get updates on the elementary, like sort of pathways, like more about that? Is that on the agenda or?
It's not necessarily on the agenda. I mean, a lot of what they're doing right now is really looking at where are our students in terms of how they are performing in their 5th grade. I know we were looking at data from West Mercer and we're looking at that data. And so it's really trying to look at preparation for those 5th and 6th grade standards, but we've been super focused on trying to solve this transition issue, and that's where the focus has been.
So, is there interest in getting an update on the elementary school?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in sort of what the opportunities are for acceleration in elementary school and enrichment.
Yeah, the bigger question is going to be around, the focus right now is around adoption to look at new instructional materials, because that's going to play a big part in this. And so I would say that's going to probably be the next place for us to go, is to bring you in what we're thinking for instructional materials. And then that conversation, the intention is for that conversation then to continue from there.
I'm definitely also interested in hearing about what's going on at the elementary school level, just because I think a lot of parents are asking those questions, and this provides a lot of information about kind of the thinking that's going into what's going to happen in middle school. But if you have teeny tinies, you want to know what happens between now and then. So just whenever we get to hear about the instructional materials, that would be a good jumping off.
Dr. Rundle, I can share a couple of sort of design elements that might speak to the question around access for students in 5th grade or at the elementary level, not necessarily acceleration as the term has previously been used, but essentially finding pathways or areas for students to extend in their learning. So a couple of those frameworks right now that we are utilizing based on our data is our flexible targeted small group instruction. At least at West Mercer, Chris can also speak to this as well, but we're recognizing while we have a significant percentage of our 5th grade student population needing remediation scaffolding from 4th grade standards into 5th grade based on the last year and a half, we know that there's a small cluster of students who also need extension into 6th grade standards. So we're breaking into targeted small groups to dive into those standards as they align with our 5th grade content. And then another framework in which we're exploring a bit right now is a clustering model. How do we cluster students so that we can and continue to intentionally target? I know a couple of people are on this call from West Mercer, and we've been talking about what our master schedule looks like. You know, that really does allow, if we have aligned targeted math blocks across a grade level or even across multiple grade levels, a grade band, we can really do multiple small group instruction across a number of classes and be able to target and tailor students' instruction that way as well. So sort of clustering, targeted instruction, digging into 6th grade standards, not necessarily across a whole year and every single standard in every single place, but where it's applicable for students. So being able to kind of get in where we fit in whenever possible. So we don't want to leave anyone feeling like they're not being challenged. And we also, on the other end of the spectrum, need to make sure we're foundationally supporting our students for whom, started out our 5th grade cohort, 24% proficient in 4th grade standards in numbers and operations and fractions, one of our core domains. So it is the reality that we're trying to kind of double up right now on 4th and 5th grade in terms of some of that learning loss or opportunity that we've missed over the last couple years here. So I think as we get into next year, it has a lot to do with our scheduling, getting our teachers prepared and supporting that data-driven instruction for targeted flexible small groups.
Thank you. Is there anything else from this group?
I think that wraps it up.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
This is a long evening. I don't need to like stand up and stretch or something because we've been sitting a long time. Next up, we have board item C, which is board policy 1001, governance commitment board improvement plan. So, am I missing something else? No, that's the next thing. Okay, so this is the plan that we talked about at our workshop and our retreat, and I've got here the list of items that we've had a chance to take a look at and everyone's had a chance to rank. I kind of feel like this whole discussion is going to take a while, and my suggestion would be that we move it to like a special meeting specifically on this topic so we can really dig in and discuss like what we have time for, what we really hope to get done, what the time frame would be like. And then we can keep moving on with this meeting.
Yeah, that makes
is that
sense.
okay?
I saw some thumbs up.
Yes, some
so-
thumbs
Yeah.
up. So thumbs up for that. We don't need to vote.
Maybe
Okay, fine.
to kind
Thank
of a
you. I see your
special
thumb up.
session
Yeah.
/ study session.
Yeah. So like a study session, basically. Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. And then next is the superintendent's succession. I think everyone's pretty well up to date with this. Lydia has another update that'll be going out tomorrow that just will have some updated numbers and stats in there in terms of like how many letters she sent out, how much advertising she's done, et cetera. But she's really made a big push this week to kind of get Mercer Island out there. And she will be attending next week the AASA, the Superintendent's Association, to represent Mercer Island and kind of meet people in the industry. So unless anyone has any questions about that, I'll just say to people watching that if you haven't already, you can sign up for weekly or frequent anyway updates on the superintendent search process by going to the district website and choosing something like follow the news, something like that. And then it'll take you to a page where you can check off boxes for the topics that you're interested in getting updates on. So that's it for that one. Thank you. Next, we have full governance process monitoring, board policy 1002, governing style. This is a level 1. With action listed. This is got our monitoring report. Sorry. Everyone wants to take a minute to just look over that. Do we want to go through it item by item? How do we want to do it? Is everyone just?
I move we find the board in compliance with board policy 1002 governing style.
I second.
Okay, all in favor of finding the board in compliance with board policy 1002 governing style, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Wait, Tam, were you an aye or a nay? You're not, okay. Thank you. Okay, that's 5-0. That passes unanimously. Next up is board policy 1003, board job description. I'm sure you all reviewed it, but you might want to take a moment just to peek at it and see if you have anything you want to say,
I move we find the board in compliance with board policy 1003, board job description.
A second.
all in favor of finding the board in compliance with board policy 1003, board job description, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. That passes by a vote of 5-0. No abstentions. Great. Okay, now we have post monitoring language review. We have board policy 1800 OE1, student focused fundamentals, fundamental 2. This is just a language review. Maintain the highest learning standards in the areas of fine arts, health and physical education, English language arts, mathematics, financial education, science, environment and sustainability, social studies, world languages, computer science, and educational technology. This is for discussion only, because I don't have anything to discuss. I feel we are doing our duty here tonight in the area of mathematics.
No changes.
No changes, no anything. Okay. Thanks. All right. That brings us to the consent agenda.
And we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. No abstentions, no nays. That passes by a vote of 5-0. Thanks. Superintendent announcements?
Just two quick ones. A reminder, a vaccine clinic that will be at Northwood is this Saturday, February 12th. And I don't think our students need a reminder, but others might, that winter break is coming up February 21st through the 25th.
Thank you. Legislative report?
Yeah.
There's an item.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So there's a draft letter for the board to vote on, to approve, to send out to legislators. David and I, as individuals, sent a similar letter with just some wording changes. It basically explains that there's been a lot of volatility in the past couple of years. The districts such as our own have not received much in the way of ESSER funds. It represents 1.6% of our budget. Certain other districts like Cedro-Woolley, Enumclaw, received 7 million or 6 million, I think in the case of Enumclaw, about almost 8 million for Cedro-Woolley. Similar sized districts, we received a little over 1 million, but did have enrollment losses. And that enrollment stabilization, which the state has already collected funds for, will allow us to prudently manage sort of our finances and to plan going forward. So if there's any questions about it, the Ty has reviewed the numbers and the percentages, so they're accurate. And then I would seek approval if the board, if the board has any questions, feel free to ask, but otherwise to send it on behalf of the school board in support of enrollment stabilization, the state legislature.
Vote on it since it wasn't listed as an action.
You can
item.
do a consensus
Just
because it's a
consensus.
legislative.
Fine. Do you have questions, Deborah?
I don't have a question. Thank you for putting all the work into this. I think everything is accurate. I think that there's no chance that one of our legislators is going to read a letter this lengthy at this point in the session. So that's it. I don't think this is the best way to advocate our position because of that. But thank you for all the work.
Yeah,
And I mean, it's totally accurate and it's valid and it's what they need to know. But I think they already, I mean, no, I don't have a problem with it
Your brains
going.
are fried.
I just think that,
Session.
you know, like 3 sentences when you're advocating for legislation is all they're gonna hear.
Yes,
So-
I mean, the intent of this was trying to frame it as a matter of fiscal prudence, whereas I think the conversation has, to a large extent, been framed as perhaps backward looking, and some people may perceive it as compensating districts and personnel for managing through the pandemic. And that's not really the focus of it, or in my view. Enrollment stabilization should be about sort of the fiscal reality and what that means in dollars and cents. So trying to appeal more to that, I guess, analytical
Yeah. That's great.
viewpoint.
Yeah. All right. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Great.
Yeah.
Tam, are you thumbs up?
Yes.
Yes. So great, thank you for coming over with that. When do you physically need us to sign it though? Do you have a?
Oh, I was planning just using the just /s /.
Okay,
And put it on letterhead.
that's
Put it
fine.
on letterhead.
That's fine. Great. Okay, board reports.
Yeah.
Board
Just
reports.
super quick, just so you know, did the PTA council report that I was gonna do anyways. Island Park PAC meeting on Tuesday where Principal Hoffman let you know, he's continuing to let everyone know that this is his last year. So we talked a little bit about transition and things like that. So it's that time of year.
Yes, it is. Tam, do you have any board reports? No?
And just so everyone knows, I missed the first part of the WASDA update today, but it was really helpful with where the bills are. They're talking about prototypical school models. So I don't think they record those, but if there's a way to find out learn more about that discussion was really, really interesting. And it seems like they're finally making headway and realizing that the prototypical school model is not particularly effective right now.
My only report is that I attended the Northwood PAC meeting this morning and also my first East Side Board Directors meeting last Friday morning. And we heard from athletic directors and districts all around the East Side, kind of what COVID precautions they're taking, although rapidly that's becoming kind of a move, I think so. But it was interesting. Yeah. I think that's it. For a motion to adjourn. I'm forgetting something.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor of adjourning this most excellent and action-packed, fact-packed meeting? Please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say nay. That passes by 5-0. Thank you all so much. Thank you guys for staying so late. Andrew, you're a trooper.
I would rather be nowhere else. So